an original paranormal romance story, written by Midnight Tale Audiobooks full length. Chapter 1, The Invitation. My alarm goes off like it hates me personally. I slap at my phone until the noise dies, then I just lay there for a second, staring at the ceiling in my childhood bedroom. White paint, tiny crack in the corner that Dad swears he'll fix this weekend, and the faint smell of detergent from the laundry basket I keep ignoring. Outside, my small-town morning is doing its usual thing. A garbage truck groans down the street. Somebody's dog barks like it's clocking in for work. I breathe in slow. Wolves aren't hidden from humans anymore. Not for a long time. It's not some secret society fantasy where we disappear into mist when someone looks too hard. But still, I know how to be quiet. I know how to listen. I know how to keep my face neutral when the world decides it already knows who I am. I roll out of bed and pad into the bathroom, hair a mess, eyes puffy. In the mirror, I look 24 and tired in a way that doesn't match my life on paper. College student, 2 friends, not broke, not rich. Just floating. I splash cold water on my face, then look at myself again like I'm trying to catch a lie. Okay, I tell my reflection. We're doing today. We're not being dramatic. My reflection doesn't answer, obviously, but she looks skeptical. The kitchen smells like coffee and my mom's ambition. Lena is already dressed, jeans, a bright top, hair in a sleek ponytail like she's headed to a job interview. She doesn't have a job interview. She's just always ready. Dad's at the table in an old hoodie, scrolling through his phone with the kind of focus that says he's avoiding something. Arthur has that talent. He can make avoidance look like calm. Mom looks up the second I enter. Morning, baby. Morning. She taps her phone screen and turns it toward me. A wedding photo. Some influencer-looking couple, golden lights, flowers like a movie set. I swear, she says, eyes shiny, rich people weddings hit different. I grab a mug and pour coffee. Mom, you're talking like you got invited to Beyoncé's birthday. She waves a hand. It's not Beyoncé, it's better, it's wolves. Dad's thumb pauses on his screen, just for a second. Then he keeps scrolling. Morning, Dad, I say. Morning, kiddo. His voice is soft, careful. Mom's smile goes wider. Today's the day we get the invite. John texted me last night. He said it's coming. I stop mid-sip. Wait today. Mom nods like she's announcing a lottery win. MHM, Alpha Darren's wedding, big city, luxury, people who matter. I glance at Dad. We're actually going. His jaw tightens. Not a big reaction, just enough that I feel it like a shift in air pressure. We'll talk about it, he says. Mom makes a sound like a balloon losing air. Arthur, don't do this. I'm not doing anything. Dad sets his phone down, finally meeting my eyes. Kiara, eat something, you got class. I pull out bread, start making toast because my hands need something to do. Mom leans forward. John wouldn't invite us if it wasn't important. Dad's eyes flick to the counter. John invites people to look good. That's what John does. Mom's smile goes tight. John is family. Dad lets out a slow breath like he's counting to 10 inside his own head. John is a cousin of Darren, not my family. And you're connected through him, Mom shoots back. That's how families work. I watch them, my stomach twisting. This is the part I hate, the way everything turns into a push and pull between my mom's hunger and my dad's discomfort. I flip the toast. Can we not fight at 7 in the morning? Mom softens immediately when she looks at me. We're not fighting. Dad gives me a quick apologetic look that makes me feel older than I want to. Okay, I say, even though everyone knows that was a fight. The doorbell rings. Mom stands so fast her chair scrapes the floor. That's it. Dad doesn't move right away. He watches her go like he already knows what this is going to cost him. I follow, because obviously I'm not letting her have the moment alone. A delivery guy hands over a thick envelope, glossy, expensive looking. Mom practically snatches it. Oh my God, she whispers like it's sacred. Back inside, She slides her finger under the seal with dramatic care. The invitation is heavy cardstock, cream paper with gold lettering. My name isn't on it. It's addressed to my parents, but it's still for all of us. The words Alpha Darren sit on the page like a title that expects obedience. Mom reads it out loud, her voice going soft and reverent. You are cordially invited. I take it from her for a second and read the details myself. Big city venue, full weekend schedule, dress codes that basically scream, don't embarrass yourself. A weird excitement rushes through me, fast and sharp. I'm not like my mom. I don't crave attention. But I crave a different life sometimes. I crave stepping into a place that feels bigger than this town's limits, bigger than my routine, bigger than the version of me people expect. Dad clears his throat. Lena. Mom clutches the invite to her chest. We're going. Dad stands slowly, like gravity is heavier for him today. I met Darren one time. Mom scoffs. You met him, that's more than most people can say. It was a minute, Dad says. A passing hello, we were traveling. John introduced us because we stopped near the city. It was a relationship. Mom's eyes narrow. So what? You think rich wolves only want real friendships? They want numbers, they want people in the room, they want optics. My dad's face hardens at that word. Optics. I look between them, throat tight. Can we not? Mom's smile goes tight. Kiera, don't start. Dad rubs his forehead. Lena, you don't get it. Those places, they're not kind. Mom tosses her head. Then we show them we belong. I almost laugh, but it comes out as a breath. Mom. She points a finger at me like she can see straight through my skin. Kiera, don't you want to go? Be honest. I do. I hate that I do. I nod once. Yeah, I want to see it. Dad's shoulders sag, and it makes my chest ache. Because I can tell he's doing the math in real time, his discomfort versus our excitement. He looks at the invite again, then at Mom, then at me. I'll talk to John, he says finally. Mom's whole face lights up triumphant. Good. Dad doesn't look triumphant. He looks resigned. I step outside onto the porch with my coffee, just to breathe where nobody's staring at me with expectations. The air is cold enough to clear my head. Somewhere down the street, a car door slams. A kid laughs, normal human life. I listen anyway, letting my hearing stretch a little, nothing supernatural, just sharper than most. I catch the faint hum of the highway 2 miles away, the rustle of leaves, the tiny scratch of a squirrel in a tree. Sometimes being a wolf feels like having a second set of senses that the world doesn't know how to respect. People know wolves exist, sure, but they still don't understand what it means to live with this kind of awareness all the time. My phone buzzes. A text from Ola. You alive or did Monday? I smile despite myself. Alive, barely, big news though. Spill. I hesitate, then type it. We got invited to Alpha Darren's wedding. Big city, rich pack. 3 dots pop up immediately. Tyler is gonna die. Also, OMG, you better bag, a billionaire wolf. I snort. Shut up, I mutter, but I'm smiling. Then my stomach twists again, because the invite is sitting on our kitchen counter like a challenge. I drive to campus in my old car that rattles at red lights like it's got opinions. Small town roads, familiar potholes, a gas station that always smells like stale coffee. I pass the same houses I've passed my whole life, and for a second the thought hits me. What if this is all it ever is? Then I shake it off, because dramatic spirals before 9 a.m. are not my brand. Ola and Tyler are waiting near the student center like they planned it. Ola has on a hoodie that says Nope in giant letters. Tyler's eyeliner is sharp enough to cut someone. The second they see me, Tyler spreads her arms. Come here, future trophy wife. I dodge her like a linebacker. Don't start. Ola grins. Oh, we're starting. We walk together across campus, and I tell them the basics. Invite arrived, Mom is basically vibrating, Dad looks like he's headed into battle. Tyler whistles. Big city rich pack wedding, Girl, that's like a whole different world. I know. Ola bumps my shoulder. You're excited. I'm curious, I correct automatically. Tyler makes a face. Same thing. I don't answer because, yeah, I'm excited. I'm also terrified of being the small-town wolf girl in a room full of power. Ola's expression softens a little. Hey, you'll be fine. Will I? I ask before I can stop myself. Tyler hooks her arm through mine. Kiera, you are literally the most normal person. Rich wolves love normal. It makes them feel like they're not weird. I laugh, but it's shaky. We're all weird. Exactly, Ola says, so you'll fit. I want to believe them. Between classes, I sit on a bench and open the invitation photo Mom texted me. She took like 10 pictures of it from different angles, as if the paper might change. Dress code details, schedule, venue name I can't pronounce without sounding like I'm pretending. My chest tightens, then loosens. I can do this, I tell myself. I can walk into a room and not flinch. Then my phone buzzes again. Mom, I'm thinking I'll wear that emerald dress from last year. It looks expensive. Mom, that dress is literally glitter. Mom, glitter is confidence. I stare at the text like it personally offended me. Ola leans over my shoulder. Your mom is iconic. My mom is a liability. Tyler laughs. Same thing. We eat lunch in the cafeteria, and Tyler keeps tossing out fake scenarios like she's writing fanfiction. Okay, imagine, she says, chewing fries. You walk in and some tall, mysterious wolf guy with messy hair sees you, and he's like, Stop, I say, face hot. Ola smirks. She's blushing. I'm not. Tyler points her fry at me. You're blushing like you just got caught watching an alpha thirst edit. I nearly choke on my water. I hate you both. Ola's grin fades into something kinder. Kiera, real talk. Don't let your mom's thing mess with your head. I pick at my food. She's just trying to. Prove something, Ola finishes. Yeah, and it's not on you to carry that. Tyler nods, surprisingly serious for once. And if somebody tries to treat you like you don't belong, you look them dead in the face and act like they're the one who's lost. I swallow, throat tight. Okay. I want to be that girl, the unshakable one. On the drive home, my mind won't stop replaying the word Dad used. Not kind. I picture a room full of wolves who don't have to care about other people's feelings because money and status act like armor. I picture my mom smiling too hard. I picture my dad shrinking. I grip the steering wheel until my knuckles ache. No. If we go, I'm not letting them make my family feel small. Even if my mom drives me insane, she's still my mom. Even if my dad is quiet, he's still my dad. And I'm still a wolf. When I walk in, Dad is at the kitchen table again, invite in front of him like a legal document. Mom is packing with her phone in her hand, already halfway into planning mode. Dad looks up at me. Hey. Hey, I drop my bag. John call yet? Mom answers for him. Not yet, but he will. Dad's mouth tightens. I sit down across from him. Dad, just tell me straight. Is this dangerous or is this just uncomfortable? He studies me for a second like he's deciding how honest to be. It's not dangerous, he says finally. Darren's pack is violent like that. It's just status, I say. He nods once. Yeah. Mom flings herself into a chair. You both talk about status like it's poison. It's just how the world works. Dad's eyes sharpen. It's how your world works. Mom's lips part, offended. I raise a hand. Okay, please, before this turns into a whole thing. Mom's phone rings like it's been waiting for her to stop talking. She snatches it up. John. She puts it on speaker without asking. Of course she does. John's voice fills the kitchen, smooth and upbeat. Lena, Arthur, how are we doing? Mom beams like he can see her. We're wonderful, John. We got the invite. It's gorgeous. Good, good. John's tone shifts slightly. Arthur, you got my message. Dad clears his throat. Yeah, about attending. A pause, not long but enough. Look, John says, still friendly, I know you and Darren aren't close, but it would mean a lot if you showed up. It's family, it's important. Important, that word again, like a hook. Dad's voice stays calm. John, I don't want to be in the way. You won't be, John chuckles, but it doesn't sound fully amused. We need people in the room. Darren needs a strong showing, you know how it is. Mom leans toward the phone. We'll be there. Dad shoots her a look. John continues, Arthur, I'm being straight with you. If you don't come, people will talk. They'll assume you're disrespecting the pack, and you don't want that kind of misunderstanding. My skin prickles. Not because I'm scared of John, because I recognize the tactic. It's not an invite, it's a social trap with a smile. Dad's hand tightens on the table edge. All right, he says quietly, we'll come. Mom claps silently like she just won a game show. John's relief comes fast. Great, great, I knew you'd do the right thing. The right thing. I stare at the invite, suddenly feeling like a chess piece. John rattles off details, hotel suggestions, arrival times, how security will check names, how things will be very formal. Mom is eating it up. Dad says minimal words, but he agrees. I don't speak, I just listen. Because it's not my call, but it is my life. When the call ends, Mom exhales like she's been holding her breath for years. We're going, she says, eyes sparkling. Dad stands, grabs his mug, and walks to the sink like he needs something ordinary to hold onto. I watch him, then look at Mom. Why was he so intense? Mom waves a hand. John is just connected. He knows how things work. That's exactly what I mean, I say. Mom's smile falters. Kiera, don't start. This is good for us. For you, I correct. She bristles. For all of us. Dad turns, voice low. Lena, don't make this bigger than it is. Mom's eyes flash. Oh, so now I'm the problem. I stand up fast, chair scraping. I'm going to pack. I leave before I say something mean. In my room, I dump my closet onto my bed like I'm performing an exorcism. Jeans, sweaters, casual dresses, the one nicer dress I own that doesn't scream prom night. I hold it up in front of the mirror. It's simple, dark, clean lines, the kind of dress that doesn't beg for attention. The kind of dress I wish I could wear as a personality. My phone buzzes. Tyler, send fit pics. We must prepare you for Alpha era. Ola, ignore her but yes, send. I take a picture of the dress laid on the bed and send it. Tyler responds instantly. Serve, mysterious. Rich men will cry. I laugh, but it's nervous. Mom knocks once, then comes in anyway. She's holding her emerald glitter dress like it's a weapon. What about this? I look at it, it's loud. Mom, I say carefully, you're going to outshine the bride. Mom's eyes widen, offended. Excuse me. I'm just saying, I add quickly, maybe something less sparkly. She presses her lips together. You're embarrassed by me. No, I say, even though the truth is complicated. I just don't want people laughing at you. Mom's face hardens. People will laugh no matter what. At least if I sparkle on purpose. That lands in my chest, unexpectedly heavy. I soften my voice. Mom. She lifts her chin. I'm not going there to be small. Then she walks out. And I stand there holding my dress, feeling like the villain for wanting her to tone it down. Dad books the travel details, while Mom hovers like a manager. I sit on the couch with my laptop open, pretending to check assignments, but my eyes keep flicking to the hallway where the invitation sits on the table. The whole house feels like it's vibrating with tomorrow. Dad finally sits down across from me. You okay? I hesitate. Are you? He gives a small, tired smile. Fair. I shut my laptop. Dad, why does John care so much if we show up? Dad's eyes shift away. Because appearances matter in packs like Darren. So we're props. Dad doesn't deny it. He just looks at me, and the honesty there makes my throat tighten. We'll handle it, he says quietly. We'll be respectful, we'll stay out of trouble. Mom won't, I mutter. Dad's mouth twitches, almost a laugh. No, she won't. I sigh. I'll watch her. Dad reaches across the coffee table and squeezes my hand once. I know you will. We leave town as the sky starts turning orange. I sit in the back seat, watching familiar streets blur into highway. The last grocery store. The last gas station. The last strip of trees that always makes me feel like the town is hugging itself. Mom talks the entire time. Who she hopes to meet, what kind of food they'll have, how big the venue probably is, how she read online that Darren's pack throws legendary events. Dad drives in silence, eyes forward, knuckles white on the wheel. I put my headphones in without playing music, just to have an excuse to not answer questions. My stomach flips as the road stretches out. Big city, big pack, big test. The city hits like a wall of light. Buildings rise up too tall, too close. Traffic moves like a living thing. People walk fast, like they're late to a life I don't have. Mom presses her face to the window. Look at this. Dad mutters, yeah. I watch reflections slide across glass towers and feel small in a way I hate. Not weak. Small. Hotel lobby. Marble floors. A chandelier that probably costs more than my car. Staff in crisp uniforms who smile like it's part of their job description. Mom steps forward like she belongs. Dad hangs back half a step. I stand between them, trying to look calm. The concierge's eyes flick over us, our clothes, our bags, our posture, and his smile shifts. Still polite, slightly thinner. Name, he asks. Dad gives it. The concierge nods, types. Yes, we have you. Mom laughs too loud. Of course you do. I close my eyes for half a second. We get our key cards, we get directions. We get the feeling, subtle, quiet, that we're guests, not equals. In the elevator, Mom whispers, Did you see the lobby? Oh my God. Dad stares at the floor numbers. I stare at my reflection in the mirrored wall and think, tomorrow will be worse. In the room, Dad drops his bag and exhales like he's been holding his breath for hours. Mom walks straight to the window and looks down at the city like she's judging it. I set my suitcase on the bed and unzip it, laying out my dress, my shoes, my jewelry, simple things that suddenly feel like they're not enough. My phone buzzes. Ola, how's big city life? Me, loud, shiny, intimidating. Tyler, intimidate it back. I smile, but it fades fast. Mom turns from the window. Tomorrow, we need to look perfect. Dad's voice is tired. We just need to be decent. Mom points at him. No, perfect. I swallow, then say, I'm going to shower. Because I can't breathe with all this expectation pressing on my skin. We eat a simple dinner downstairs. Mom talks. Dad nods. I mostly listen. I watch rich-looking wolves at other tables, some with expensive suits, some in designer casual like money is so normal they don't even need to show it off. A few humans, too. Everyone mixing like it's normal, because it is. And I think, Kiara, don't stare. Don't look like you're hungry for it. But I am. Not for their money. For their confidence, their ease. Back in the room, I lay my outfit out again like arranging armor. Mom is in the bathroom practicing smiles. Dad sits on the edge of the bed, scrolling through his phone like he's trying to shrink into it. I sit on the carpet near the window, knees pulled up, city lights reflecting in the glass. My phone buzzes again, Ola and Tyler sending voice notes, telling me not to let anyone make me feel small. I listen twice. Then I set my phone down and stand. I face the mirror. Not the hotel mirror, the small one by the closet. My face looks the same, round, black eyes, not model pretty, not plain, just me. I adjust my posture, lift my chin, relax my shoulders. I practice a neutral expression that says, I know who I am. Because tomorrow, rich wolves will look at me and decide a story. And I'm not letting them write it without a fight. I turn off the light, and climb into bed. Dad is already half asleep, breathing slow. Mom is still whispering to herself in the bathroom. Names, compliments, conversation starters. I stare at the ceiling. My heart is pounding like it knows something I don't. This wedding isn't just a party. It's a test. I let my eyes close, and right before sleep takes me, one last thought slips through. If they try to make my family feel small, I'm not staying quiet. And the darkness folds over me like a promise. Chapter 2, The Grand Welcome. I wake up in a hotel bed that feels like it's trying to swallow me whole. The sheets are too smooth, like they were ironed by somebody who gets paid to hate wrinkles. The air is cold in that clean, expensive way. No dust, no old carpet smell, no hint of last night's takeout sitting in the trash. Even the silence is different here. It's not the kind of silence my small town has, where you can hear birds and lawn sprinklers and somebody's dog losing its mind at a leaf. This silence has a hum under it. Traffic, sirens far away, the city never shutting up. For a second, I just stare at the ceiling and let my brain catch up. Big city, Alpha Darren's wedding weekend. Rich pack, John's pressure, Mom's sparkle, Dad's dread. My stomach tightens like it's bracing for a hit. I sit up anyway. Because if I lay here long enough, I'll start imagining every possible way today can go wrong, and my anxiety will turn into a full-time job. Across the room, Dad is already awake, sitting in the chair by the window with his phone in both hands. He's not scrolling. He's not texting. He's just holding it like a shield. Mom is in the bathroom, and I can tell because she's talking. Soft, quick, rehearsed. "No, yes, thank you, it's very elegant," she says, like she's practicing how to accept compliments. "Oh, we travel, we love the city, we're very social." I close my eyes for a second. Dad glances at me and gives this tiny look, half apology and half helplessness. Like he wants to say, "I know, I'm sorry, I tried." I swing my legs off the bed and start pulling my outfit from the suitcase. The simple dark dress. Clean lines, minimal jewelry, nothing loud, nothing that screams for attention. It's not me trying to hide, it's me trying to keep control. Mom likes to sparkle. I like to survive. Dad clears his throat softly. "You sleep okay?" "Yeah," I say. My voice sounds normal. My body is lying. He nods once and looks back out the window. "We'll keep it simple. Stay near John. Congratulate the alpha. Smile. Don't accidentally start a pack war," I finish. His mouth twitches like he wants to laugh, but doesn't have the energy. Something like that. I grab my makeup bag and head toward the bathroom door. Mom swings it open before I even knock, like she felt me approaching. She's dressed already, of course. Emerald. Not the full glitter explosion she tried to resurrect last night, thank God, but still bright enough that she'll be spotted across a room the way a flare gets spotted in the dark. Her hair is curled and pinned like she's going to a gala. Lipstick sharp, perfume rich. Her eyes flick over me, quick and assessing. "You're wearing that?" "Yes." "That's kind of plain," she says, and her tone tries to be casual but fails. I stare at her. That's the point. She makes a face like she doesn't understand why anyone would choose not to be the center of a room. "You could stand out more." "I don't want to stand out," I say. "I want to blend. I want to not give them anything to pick at." Mom laughs lightly, like I'm being dramatic. "Baby, they'll pick anyway. That's what they do. So you might as well shine." There it is, the difference between us. She thinks shining is protection. I think shining is a target. I step past her and turn on the sink. "Mom, if you start telling strangers my whole life story, I'm walking away." She waves a hand. "I'm not embarrassing us." From the other room, Dad says one word, dry as sandpaper. "Lena." Mom's eyes snap toward him. "What?" Dad doesn't answer. He doesn't have to. He lets the word hang there like a warning sign. Mom's smile tightens. "Okay, whatever, get ready. We don't want to show up late and look, like we don't belong." She doesn't say it, but it's sitting in the air anyway. I take my time in the bathroom, even when Mom keeps tapping her foot like the world runs on her schedule. I do my makeup simple, just enough to look awake. I braid my hair back so it stays out of my face. I look in the mirror and try to see what everyone else will see. A young wolf woman, not rich, not poor, not dressed to impress, dressed to not be eaten alive. I square my shoulders. Today is not the day. I let strangers decide my value. When we leave the room, Dad holds the door like he's trying to keep a little dignity intact. In the hallway, other guests are heading out too, wolves and humans dressed like the kind of people who belong in glossy magazines. They walk with that easy confidence that comes from being familiar with expensive spaces. Mom walks like she owns the building. Dad walks like he's heading into a dentist appointment. And me. I walk like I'm stepping into a room where everybody's already decided what I'm worth. The car ride to the venue is short but loud. The city keeps flexing. Glass towers, adds the size of buildings. People streaming down sidewalks like they have somewhere important to be. Mom keeps checking her earrings in the reflection. Dad keeps staring straight ahead. I keep trying not to chew through my own tongue. Then we turn onto a street that looks like money built it and guarded it with teeth. There are barriers and security and valets in black suits. A line of cars so expensive it feels like a dare. The kind of vehicles you only see when someone wants you to know they have wealth. And the venue. It's not just a building. It's a statement. Tall, sleek, wrapped in warm lights that glow against the cold air like the whole place is dipped in gold. Massive floral arrangements flank the entrance, and banners hang high, wolf insignias, elegant and sharp. A symbol that doesn't ask for respect. It expects it. I step out of the car and the air hits me different here. Perfume, fresh flowers, crisp winter cold with something faintly salty under it, like the ocean is nearby. Mom inhales dramatically. Wow. Dad murmurs, yeah. I just stand there for a heartbeat, staring. This is what power looks like when it dresses itself up. We move forward with the crowd, and immediately I feel it, eyes sliding across us. Not everyone, but enough. The rich pack wolves don't stare like humans do. They don't do open rude. They do that subtle thing, quick glance, tiny pause, and then they look away like you're not worth the full attention. It's worse than starring. A woman in a fitted cream coat walks past and her gaze catches on Mom's dress. Her lips twitch like she almost smiles, then she looks away. Mom's smile gets brighter, louder. Dad's shoulders stiffen. My stomach burns. Security checks names at the entrance. There's a list on a tablet and a pair of guards who look like they could toss a car if asked. For a second, my body goes tight. I'm sure something will go wrong. I'm sure they'll look at us and say, no, not you. But the guy at the checkpoint scans the list, nods and steps aside. You're good, he says. Mom beams. Of course we are. Dad murmurs. Thank you. I don't say anything. I just walk inside like I'm not holding my breath. The interior hits me like stepping into a different world. High ceilings, crystal lights, floors so polished they reflect your shoes. People everywhere, wolves in tailored suits, wolves in couture dresses, humans with expensive watches and perfect smiles. Music low and elegant, like it's meant to be felt more than heard. And the sound. Laughter, glasses clinking, conversation layered over itself like a complicated song. I'm still trying to process it when my gaze catches on him. A man stands near the edge of the main hall, slightly apart from the flow of people, holding a glass of wine like it's an accessory he doesn't need but tolerates. He's tall, broad shoulders, messy long hair that looks intentionally effortless, light brown eyes that don't match the warmth of the room, cooler, distant, like he's watching everything through glass. He's not smiling. He's not talking. And somehow, that makes him the loudest person in the room. My heartbeat stutters like it forgot how to be normal. It's stupid. He's just standing there. Plenty of people are standing. But the way he stands, like he doesn't need anyone's permission to exist, hits something in me that I don't understand. Mom keeps walking, pulling me along with her momentum, but my eyes keep drifting back to him like my body forgot it's supposed to be polite. Dad leans in slightly. Kiera. I blink hard. What? You okay? He asks, frowning like he can feel my tension. Yeah, I say too fast. Just it's a lot. Mom doesn't notice my voice. She's already lifting a hand and waving at someone across the room. John, she calls out, like she's greeting her best friend, not the man who basically guilted us into coming. John spots us and strides over with a smile that's wide and practiced. He looks like he belongs here, tailored suit, perfect hair, confidence that says he's always in rooms like this. His eyes flick over Dad first, then Mom, then me. Kiera, he says like he remembers me exactly. You made it. Dad offers his hand. John. John shakes it firmly. Arthur, good, I'm glad you came. Dad's smile is polite but tight. Yeah. Mom practically vibrates. This place is unbelievable. John laughs. Darren doesn't do small. He gestures toward the hall. There's a schedule for the weekend events. Today is mostly welcome and social. Tomorrow is the main ceremony. Mom nods like she's taking notes. Of course, we'll be right where we need to be. John's gaze lands on me again. Make sure you enjoy it. These events can be overwhelming. Overwhelming is one word for it. I force a smile. I will. He looks satisfied like he checked a box. Good. Then he does what he always does. He moves on. He introduces Dad to a couple of men in expensive suits, makes quick conversation like he's juggling plates, then drifts away to another cluster of important-looking people. Mom immediately takes off too, like she's got a mission. Dad stays with me, thank God. We stand near a tall cocktail table with a floral centerpiece, and I watch the room like I'm trying to learn a language without a translator. I catch fragments of conversation floating past. Darren's bride is stunning. The pack council will be here later. Did you see the security? Humans are everywhere these days. It's normal, it's also not. Because under the wedding talk, there's something sharp and controlled. Status, alliances, who belongs, who matters. My eyes drift back to the man with the wine. He hasn't moved much, still alone, still watching like he's not here to celebrate. A woman approaches him young, pretty, confident. She smiles like she's used to winning attention. She leans in, says something flirty. He replies with barely any movement, voice too low for me to hear. She laughs too loud, touching his arm like she's trying to anchor him. He doesn't react. Not rude, not aggressive. Just indifferent. She tries again, talking faster, smiles straining at the edges. He turns his head slightly, gaze cutting past her to the room, and she finally steps back like she just realized she's been talking to a wall. She walks away, posture stiff. He goes right back to being alone. My throat goes dry. Dad follows my gaze and raises his brows slightly. You looking at someone? I snap my eyes away. No. Dad gives me a look that says he doesn't believe me, but he doesn't press. He's too busy trying to keep his own expression neutral. A waiter passes with a tray of drinks. Dad takes water. I take water too. No way I'm getting tipsy in a room full of wolves who could take me apart with one comment. Mom returns a little later, cheeks flushed with excitement. John introduced me to a bunch of people. Dad's tone is flat. Of course he did. Mom ignores him. They were very nice. A small commotion pulls my attention toward the center of the hall. A staff member is struggling with something, part of a decorative display near the welcome arrangement. A panel is crooked. Two people are whisper arguing about how to fix it, hands flapping, faces tense. A man in a suit gestures impatiently. No, it looks wrong. You can't leave it like that. The staff member looks flustered. We're trying, the bracket is. The argument grows, just enough to draw glances. And then the man with the wine moves. Not fast, not dramatic, just a smooth shift like he's been waiting for an excuse to do something useful. He sets his glass down on a table and steps into the situation. One look at the crooked piece, one sharp assessment. Then he reaches out, grips the panel and tilts it. The bracket clicks into place like it was waiting for him. He doesn't yank, he doesn't force, he just understands. The display straightens perfectly. The staff member blinks, relief and embarrassment mixing. Oh, thank you. The suited man blinks too, like someone just made him look stupid. How did you? The mysterious guy wipes his hand on his pant leg, like touching the thing inconvenienced him. Your bracket is reversed. It's not meant to hold weight from that angle. His voice is calm, low. Not loud. But the people nearby go quiet anyway, like the room just decided to listen. The suited man's face reddens. Right, yes, of course. The staff member nods quickly. We'll handle it. The guy picks up his wine and walks away like he didn't just take control of a problem with 2 sentences. My skin hums, like my body recognizes competence as a threat. Mom leans toward me, whispering, "Who is that?" I don't know, I whisper back because I don't. Dad watches him go, expression tight. And then, like the universe is messing with me, the guy's gaze lifts. Right to me. It's not casual. It's direct, like he's been aware of me this whole time, and he's choosing now to let me know it. My breath catches. I don't look away fast enough. Or maybe I don't want to. His eyes hold mine for a beat, and I feel exposed in a way I don't understand. Like he can see the parts of me I keep tucked behind polite smiles. Then he looks away, just like that, like the moment wasn't important. Like I'm not important. Except my heart is pounding like I just got chased. Mom whispers, "Kiara, what's going on with your face?" Nothing, I hiss, heat rushing to my cheeks. Dad murmurs my name like a warning. Kiara. What? I snap before I can stop myself, then I regret it instantly. Dad's eyes soften, but he doesn't scold me. He just says quietly, "Breathe, it's a wedding." It's not just a wedding. Not here. Not with eyes like that. We drift toward a quieter section of the hall. Mom keeps finding excuses to just say hi to people. Dad keeps getting pulled into polite conversations by men who talk like they're measuring him, what he does, where he lives, how connected he is. I mostly listen. And I keep tracking the room the way wolves track territory. Who gets welcomed, who gets ignored, who gets served first, who gets shut out without a word being said. A few women pass by close enough that their whispers catch my hearing. Who invited them? Probably John. He's always dragging in outsiders. The mother is trying too hard. My face heats. Mom doesn't seem to hear, or pretends she doesn't. Dad's shoulders stiffen like he caught it anyway. My hands curl at my sides. I want to turn around and tell them to say it louder. I want to ask them what it feels like to be so comfortable you can be cruel as a hobby. But I swallow it, because I know how this works. Confrontation in rooms like this doesn't look like shouting. It looks like being quietly erased. A man steps into our path, tall, rich-looking, smile polite in a way that isn't friendly. He's dressed like he was born in a suit. John's friends, he says like he's tasting the phrase. Dad straightens. Yes. The man's gaze flicks over Dad's suit, then Mom's dress, then me. You're from where? He asks. Dad answers calmly, giving our town name. The man makes a small sound. Ah. Mom's smile stays fixed. Is there a problem? He chuckles lightly. No, not a problem, just Darren's wedding pulls everyone out, doesn't it? My stomach drops. It's not what he says, it's the way he says it, like we're entertainment. Dad keeps his voice polite. It's a beautiful event. The man nods as if he's being generous. Yes, Darren has always known how to display power. He steps closer, lowering his voice like he's sharing a secret. Just try not to get in the way. The inner circle is busy. Mom's eyes flash, but her smile stays glued on. Of course. Dad's jaw tightens. Something hot rises in my chest, sharp and protective. My mouth opens. And a voice cuts through the moment. Quiet, controlled, bored almost. Are you always this rude, it says, or do you save it for weddings? I freeze. The man spins around, surprise flashing across his face before he replaces it with a forced laugh. Excuse me. The mysterious guy is there. Close enough that I can see the tiny details. The way his hair falls forward like it refuses to behave, the faint line of concentration between his brows, the calm set of his mouth like emotions are optional. He takes a slow sip of his wine. His eyes are on the rude man, not us. And his tone stays level. You heard me. The rude man stiffens. I was simply being rude, the guy finishes like he's bored. If you're going to insult people, at least have the spine to do it clearly. A few nearby guests pretend not to watch, but their attention sharpens. Wolves don't miss tension. They feed on it. The rude man's face reddens. Who do you think you are? The guy's expression doesn't change. Someone who doesn't need to bully strangers to feel important. The rude man looks like he wants to argue, but the room is watching now, and he knows it. He forces a laugh that sounds like it hurts. This isn't your concern. The guy lifts one shoulder in a lazy shrug. Everything is my concern when you're embarrassing the room. That lands like a slap. The rude man's eyes flick toward the small audience, then back to the guy. His smile turns thin. Enjoy your night. He walks away quickly, posture stiff. My heartbeat is loud in my ears. Dad stares at the guy like he doesn't know whether to thank him or fear him. Mom's mouth is slightly open, shock and delight mixing together like she just watched a movie scene happen in real life. The guy turns his head then, eyes landing on my parents. His gaze is sharp, assessing, but not cruel. Sorry, he says, voice still calm. Some people forget manners when they have money. Dad clears his throat. Thank you. Mom breathes. Yes, thank you, that was. The guy's eyes flick to Mom's dress for a second. Not judgmental, just noticing. Then he looks away like it doesn't matter. His gaze lands on me. My throat goes tight. He holds my eyes again, just long enough to make my skin buzz, and then he says, don't let them make you smaller. It's not sweet. It's not comforting. It's an instruction, a command, like he expects me to obey it. Then he turns and walks away. Just leaves. Like he didn't just rearrange my entire nervous system with one sentence. Mom grabs my arm hard enough to sting. Who was that? I swallow. I don't know. Dad exhales slowly. That was something. Mom's eyes glitter. John will know, he has to. Of course, Mom wants his name. Of course she wants to put him in a box she can understand. But me, I don't want him in a box. I want to understand why his words hit like a hand, bracing my spine. We find John later near a group of laughing men who look like they've never been told no in their lives. Mom slides in like she belongs there. John, she says brightly, who is that man? The tall one with the hair, he just. John follows her gaze and his smile shifts, smaller, more knowing. Thomas. My stomach flips at the name like it fits too well. Mom leans in. Thomas who? John's smile turns sharp at the edges. Thomas is family. Dad's eyes narrow. Family. John nods, casual like this is nothing. Darren's cousin's son. The way he says it makes it sound simple, like it doesn't mean anything. But in a room like this, family means access. It means you can speak without permission. It means the room will bend around you because it's trained to. Mom's eyes widen. Oh. John looks at me for a quick beat, just a glance, then back to my parents. Thomas is complicated, brilliant, difficult, keeps to himself. Mom laughs softly. He seems confident. John's smile is thin now. He doesn't tolerate stupidity. Dad says nothing, but I can feel his tension like a second heartbeat. Because Dad doesn't want to be on the wrong side of a man like that. John gets pulled away almost immediately, called by another group. He leaves us with the weight of the name hanging between us. Thomas. Mom keeps scanning the room now, like she's hunting him. Dad stays close like he's trying to protect us from being noticed again. And I keep thinking about that sentence. Don't let them make you smaller. The rest of the welcome event blurs into polite hellos and soft cruelty disguised as manners. A woman compliments Mom's dress with a tone that doesn't sound like a compliment. A man asks Dad what he does for work, then loses interest halfway through the answer. Someone calls me cute, like I'm a pet. I smile until my cheeks ache. And every so often, I spot Thomas again, always at the edge, always watching, always looking like he could walk out at any moment and not miss a thing. Women orbit him like moths. Men try to draw him into conversation. He gives them just enough attention to be polite, then slips away like smoke. At one point, I see him correct another small thing, telling a staff member where to shift a table so traffic flows better through the hall. He explains it like it's obvious. He's right. The staff member follows his advice instantly. And people around him nod like it's expected. Like being right is just who he is. It irritates me. And it fascinates me. I hate that both feelings exist at the same time. When Dad finally touches my elbow gently, I'm almost grateful. We should go, he says. We've shown our faces, that's enough for today. Mom protests immediately. Already, we just got here. Dad's expression hardens in a way I don't see often. Lena. She huffs, but she doesn't argue. Maybe she senses Dad's limit. Maybe she senses mine. We leave with careful goodbyes and practiced smiles, stepping back out into the city air like we're escaping a performance. In the car, Mom talks nonstop. Did you see the flowers, the chandelier, the security? And Thomas, everyone looked at him like he's. Dad interrupts softly. Lena. What? She snaps. Dad's voice stays calm but firm. Stop. Mom quiets, eyes flashing. Fine. The rest of the ride back is mostly silence. I stare out the window, watching light smear across glass and steel, and my body finally starts to unclench. But my mind doesn't. Because every time I blink, I see him. Thomas at the edge of the room. Thomas stepping in like the world is his problem to correct. Thomas looking at me like he can see the parts of me I try to hide. Back in the hotel room, Mom kicks off her shoes and collapses on the bed like she ran a marathon. Dad goes straight to the window again, staring out like he needs to remind himself the world is still real. I stand near the closet, fingertips brushing the fabric of my dress, feeling wrung out. Mom sighs happily. That was incredible. Dad mutters, that was exhausting. Mom turns her head toward me. Kiera, you were so quiet. I shrug, just observing. Mom smiles slyly, observing Thomas. Heat rushes to my face. No. Dad looks over, one brow slightly raised. Mom laughs. Oh my God, you totally were. I glare at her. Stop, it's not like that. Mom, she sings, not believing me for a second. I brush past her and grab my phone mostly, so I have something to do with my hands. Ola texts, how was it? Tyler texts right after, did you meet a hot alpha yet? I type without thinking. It was intense, lots of rich pack attitude, and yeah, there's this guy, Thomas, he's. I stop. Because I don't know what he is. I don't want to lie. I don't want to label him with a word that feels too small. So I delete the sentence and replace it with something safer. He's interesting. Understatement of the year. I toss my phone onto the bed and head into the bathroom. Splashing water on my face like that can reset my brain. When I look up, my eyes meet mine in the mirror. And I can admit the truth here, where nobody can hear it. I'm not supposed to care about a man, I just watched across a room. I'm not supposed to feel like my whole body got tuned to a different frequency because he spoke to me once. But I do. I climb into bed later, lights off, city noise humming outside like it never sleeps. Mom falls asleep quickly, satisfied. Dad shifts in the other bed, restless. And me, I stare at the ceiling and replay Thomas's voice over and over. Not the way he shut down that rude man. Not the way the room bent around him. Just the one sentence he threw at me like it mattered. Don't let them make you smaller. My chest tightens. Because it feels like he said it like he already knew I've been fighting that battle my whole life. And that thought scares me more than the wedding ever could. I close my eyes anyway, because tomorrow is going to be bigger. And I have a feeling Thomas will be there again, at the edge of everything, watching, calculating, and making it impossible for me to pretend I'm unaffected. Chapter 3, Heels and Wolves. I wake up with my heart already acting like it knows something my brain hasn't caught up to yet. The hotel room is dim, expensive, and too quiet, like it's holding its breath. The city hum sneaks in from behind the curtains, distant sirens, traffic, that constant big city electricity that never shuts off. Mom's asleep for exactly 2 seconds before she is. I hear the sheets rustle, then her voice, soft and pleased like she's waking up inside a dream she likes. Today's the day, she says, mostly to herself. Dad is already up. Of course he is. He's sitting by the window with his phone in his hand like it's a stress ball. I sit up and rub my face, trying to shove my nerves into a corner where they can behave. Because it's not just the ceremony. It's everything wrapped around it. The eyes, the whispers, the way people here can smile while cutting you in half. And then there's the thing I keep trying not to name. Thomas. My brain replays his voice from yesterday, like it's an annoying ringtone I can't silence. Don't let them make you smaller. I hate that it landed. I hate that it felt like someone put a hand on my spine and straightened it. I swing my legs out of bed and force myself upright. Dad glances over. You okay? Yeah, I say automatically. He studies me for a beat. You don't have to prove anything today. I snort, tell that to the room. Dad's mouth tightens, but his eyes stay gentle. Stay close. Let your mom do her thing. Don't let anyone pull you into something. Something. He doesn't say politics, but it sits in the air anyway. Mom pops up out of bed like she's been waiting for this moment her whole life. We need to get ready early. John said there's a whole seating thing. Elders, pack council. It's important. Dad mutters, everything's important to you if it comes with a chandelier. Mom ignores him and turns to me. What are you wearing? The same vibe as yesterday, I say, grabbing my dress. Mom makes a face. You could sparkle a little. I'm not trying to be a disco ball. You're not trying to be noticed, she counters. I freeze for half a second, then look at her. No, I'm trying to be respected. Mom's expression softens just a little, like that word hits her in a place she doesn't like admitting exists. Then she turns away, busying herself with her hair. Respect comes easier when people want to look at you. That's not respect, Dad says quietly. That's attention. Mom snaps, Arthur. Dad lifts a hand calm. Lena, let her be. I swallow and head into the bathroom before my own mouth gets me in trouble. I get ready fast. Simple makeup, hair braided back, minimal jewelry, the same controlled version of myself. Because I already know the alternative, looking like I tried too hard and still didn't measure up. When we leave the hotel, Mom is glowing, Dad is tense, and I'm somewhere in the middle, braced and quiet. The car ride is short but loud in my head. The city slides past like it's showing off, and every mile closer to the venue makes my stomach tighten. When we pull up, the venue is even more packed than yesterday. More cars, more security, more guests stepping out in outfits that look like money learned how to walk. Inside, the ceremony hall is set up like a curated fantasy. Rows of chairs, floral arches, warm lighting that makes everyone look softer than they probably are. Pack insignias hang from high beams like reminders. You're in someone else's territory. John finds us immediately, smiling like a man who sleeps well because he always knows where he stands. There you are, he says, guiding us with a hand gesture like traffic control. Good, early is good. Mom beams. We didn't want to miss anything. Dad nods politely. Thanks for the heads up. John's gaze flicks to me. You all right? Big day. I keep my smile small. I'm fine. He nods, satisfied, then points toward the seating. You'll sit mid-left. Not too close, not too far. You'll be able to see. Mom looks like she wants front row, but she doesn't argue. Dad looks relieved. We move to our seats. I sit, smoothing my dress, and immediately start scanning the room the way wolves do without thinking. Who's important, who's watching, who belongs. The elder cluster is obvious. Older wolves with calm expressions, expensive jewelry, body language that says they've been in charge for decades and don't need to announce it. Then my gaze catches the edge near a pillar. And there he is. Thomas. He isn't seated like the rest. He's standing, hands loose at his sides, dark suit, sharp coat, hair messy in that deliberate way like he's too powerful to be bothered by a brush. He looks like he's attending out of obligation, not joy. My pulse kicks hard and stupid. I try to look away. I don't do a great job. His eyes lift, scanning the crowd. And they catch mine. It's the same thing as yesterday. Direct, unflinching, like he's letting me know he's aware of me and doesn't care if I'm aware of him back. My throat tightens. I hold his gaze for a beat too long, then force myself to look away like I'm not affected. Mom leans toward me, whispering, Is that him? Yes, I whisper back, and immediately regret it because my voice sounds too sharp. Dad murmurs, Lena. Mom leans back, smirking like she just caught a secret. The music shifts and the ceremony begins. Everyone stands. Alpha Darren enters with Catherine beside him, and the whole room changes. People straighten. Smiles become careful. Even humans seem to feel the weight of pack hierarchy like it's pressure in the air. Darren looks exactly like a rich alpha should, tall, polished, confident. Catherine is elegant, composed, beautiful in a way that looks effortless but probably is. They move down the aisle like they're walking through a world that already belongs to them. The vows are formal, traditional, words about loyalty, unity, legacy. Legacy. That word again. My ears catch whispers behind me during a quiet moment. Low, quick, careful. If there's no son. Tradition still stands. Young blood. I freeze just slightly. Dad's shoulder shifts beside me like he heard it too. Mom doesn't, or pretends she doesn't. She's too busy soaking in the spectacle. I keep my face forward, but my brain stores the fragments. No son, tradition, young blood. Not enough to understand, but enough to feel the shape of something underneath. When the ceremony ends, the room erupts into applause and controlled cheers, and then the crowd starts moving again, everyone flowing toward the reception hall like the real ceremony is the social game. As we walk, Mom keeps trying to pull us toward important clusters. Dad keeps steering us away. And me, I keep catching glimpses of Thomas at the edge, moving like he knows exactly where to stand so he can see everything without being swallowed by it. The reception hall is louder, music, laughter. Glasses clinking, the smell of food hitting my stomach so hard it reminds me I barely ate. Mom disappears into networking mode almost immediately. Dad stays near a wall like he's trying to become furniture. I stand there with a water because I refuse to get tipsy in a room full of predators who can smile while they hunt. That's when a guy in a funky patterned jacket slides into my space like he belongs there, not because he's important, but because he decided he does. His hair is spiked, his grin is open, his eyes are bright in a way that feels normal. You look like you're either about to sprint for the exit or bite somebody, he says. I blink, caught off guard. Is it that obvious? He laughs, a little, but it's okay, I'm the same. He holds out his hand. Ben. I hesitate for half a second, then take it. His grip is respectful, no weird dominance, no squeezing, just normal. Kiera, I say. His eyebrows lift. Kiera, that's a strong name. It's just a name, I say, but I can't help the small smile. Ben shrugs. Names matter here. People act like they don't, but they do. I glance around. So you're part of this. He makes a face like he wants to laugh and cry at the same time. Technically, family-ish. Family-ish, I repeat. Ben nods. Yeah, the kind of family where everyone's polite to your face and forgets you exist the second they turn around. That hits harder than it should. Because it's familiar. Ben looks at me like he's reading my reaction. You're not from here. No, I admit. Small town. He grins. Okay, that makes sense. You've still got the what is wrong with these people eyes. I snort, because there's a lot wrong with these people. Ben laughs like he's genuinely delighted I said it out loud. Finally, someone honest. Talking to him is easy in a way this weekend hasn't been. He doesn't ask what my dad does for work like it's a rating. He doesn't scan my dress like he's pricing it. He just talks like we're two normal people stuck in a room full of sharks. So, Ben says, leaning in slightly like a secret, wanna play a game? I narrow my eyes. Depends. Pick the weirdest person in the room, he says. I don't even think. My gaze drifts across the hall to the edge. Thomas. He's there, of course, wine in hand, alone even in a crowd, like the room is background noise. Ben follows my gaze and his smile tightens. Oh, Ben says. That bad, I ask. Ben's grin returns, but it's strained now. That's Thomas. I know, I say. John told us yesterday. Ben exhales through his nose. Yeah, everyone knows Thomas. That still isn't a description, I say, because I'm weirdly annoyed by vague warnings. Ben studies him for a second. Smart, rich, always right, and if you challenge him, he doesn't forget. I think of the way Thomas shut down the rude man yesterday without raising his voice. What happens if you challenge him? I ask quietly. Ben's eyes flick to me, then away like he doesn't want to feed my curiosity. He gets intense, not like he pauses, choosing his words, not like he's evil, just dangerous when pushed. My stomach tightens. I should stop asking. I don't. Have you seen him pushed? Ben's jaw ticks. Once. I glance at Thomas again. And like the universe loves humiliating me, Thomas's eyes lift right as I look. They catch mine. My breath stalls. Ben shifts slightly, almost instinctive, putting himself half between me and Thomas like he's blocking a line of fire. Thomas's gaze flicks to Ben. Just for a beat. Not a glare, not a smile. Just acknowledgement. Then he looks away like we're not worth his attention. My pulse keeps pounding anyway. Ben mutters, see, that. The air shifts again. Perfume, confidence, attention being pulled like a tide. Milna arrives in our orbit. She's stunning in a deliberate way, rich, bold, styled like she expects the room to watch her. Her smile is bright, but her eyes are sharp. And this time, she isn't alone. A man stands with her, smooth, expensive, calm confidence. His hand rests lightly at her lower back like a quiet claim. Milna's husband. Ronan. Milna's gaze lands on me and Ben. She smiles like she's collecting new toys. Ben, she purrs, there you are. Ben's posture tightens, but he keeps his grin polite. Milna. Ronan nods at Ben. Good to see you. Milna turns to me. And who is this? I keep my voice even. Kiera. Kiera, Milna repeats, eyes flicking over me like she's scanning a resume. Pretty. Thanks, I say, giving her nothing else. Milna smiles wider like that amuses her. New face. Ben answers before I can. She's John's guests, small town. Milna's brows lift. Ah. That one sound is a whole insult, packed into a syllable. Ronan's smile stays polite. Welcome. Then Ronan's mouth tightens slightly and he adds low and firm. Milna, not here. Milna's smile doesn't change, but her shoulders lift like she's pretending she didn't get checked. Milna leans closer to me slightly anyway, lowering her voice like she's being friendly. Be careful around alphas, sweetheart. Weddings make people ambitious. My stomach drops. Ben's head snaps toward her. Mailna. She laughs softly. What? I'm giving advice. Ronan's fingers tighten at her back like a warning. Mailna finally eases off, barely. Then a woman glides into the space like she planned her timing. She's young, beautiful, styled perfectly. Dress fitted, eyes bright, smile flirt-ready. Torres. Her gaze doesn't linger on Ben. It slides past us and locks onto the edge of the room. Thomas. Of course. Torres smiles like she's already halfway through a plan. She moves toward Thomas with the confidence of someone who believes she's entitled to the best option. I watch without meaning to. Ben watches too, expression hard to read. Mailna's lips curve like she's entertained. There she goes. Ronan murmurs, Mailna. She pretends innocence. What? Everyone thinking it. Torres reaches Thomas and leans in, laughing too brightly at something she says. She touches his arm like she's testing boundaries. Thomas barely reacts. He turns his head slightly, says something short, and Torres laughs again, too loud, trying to make it sound like he's charming when he's really just cold. She tries again, stepping closer, smiles syrupy. Thomas shifts his stance, just enough to create distance, without making a scene. It's subtle, but it's firm. Torres doesn't look embarrassed. She looks determined. My chest tightens with something that makes no sense. Jealousy. No. I don't even know him. So why does it irritate me that she's touching him like he's a prize she picked off a shelf? Ben nudges me lightly. She's brave. She's hunting, I mutter. Ben huffs a laugh. Yeah, that. Mailna's gaze slides to me sharp. You're watching. I snap my eyes back. I'm observing. Mailna smiles like she doesn't believe me. Careful. People notice what you notice. That lands like a warning. The crowd shifts again. Guests moving, music changing, people flowing toward the center for speeches and dancing. Mom reappears at my side like she materialized out of ambition. Kiera, there you are. Come, Darren is greeting guests. Dad follows behind, looking like he'd rather chew glass. We get pulled into a line again. My palms sweat as we approach Darren, even though we already greeted him earlier. It's not fear. It's the feeling of being in front of power with too many eyes watching for mistakes. When it's our turn, Darren smiles politely, greeting my parents again. Then his gaze flicks to me. You're enjoying the celebration, he asks. Yes, I say, voice steady. His eyes hold mine for a beat longer than necessary, like he's measuring my composure. Then he nods. Good. Catherine gives me a soft smile, then looks away. We step aside. And immediately, I hear it. Whispers. She's talking to him again. Look at her. John brings anyone. Heat floods my face. Mom doesn't notice because she's too busy glowing like she's been blessed by proximity. Dad stiffens, jaw tight. I swallow my anger hard. And then it happens. A small shift in the crowd, a narrow path between bodies, me trying to move without brushing against anyone's expensive fabric. My foot catches. For half a second, my balance breaks and my brain doesn't understand why. Then I see it. Not Mailna's heel. A different woman, champagne-colored dress, the kind of guest who sticks close to Mailna like she wants her approval. Her foot angle's just wrong, just enough to catch me. I go down. Hard. Knees first, hands slapping the floor, pain snapping up my legs and into my palms. The room pauses. Then laughter ripples, quick, cruel, delighted. My face burns like it's on fire. I push up immediately, heart pounding so hard it feels like my ribs might crack. My knees sting. My palms throb. Ben is there instantly, grabbing my elbow carefully. Kiera, are you okay? Dad's voice cuts in, sharp with panic. Kiera. Mom gasps loud enough for the whole room. Oh my God. I force a laugh that tastes like blood. I'm fine. I'm not fine. My pride feels like it just got dragged across the floor in front of 100 wolves and a few hundred humans. The woman in champagne steps back fast, eyes wide like she's innocent. And Maelna, of course Maelna, steps in with her sweet, loud voice like she's narrating for the crowd. "Oh my goodness," she says, smiling. "How clumsy." Rage spikes so fast my vision sharpens. Ben's voice turns tight. "Really?" Maelna blinks innocently. "What? I'm just saying." I open my mouth. And Alpha Darren's voice cuts through the noise like a blade. His gaze sweeps the faces still laughing, and the sound dies mid-breath. "Maelna." The whole room stills, like someone flipped a switch. Darren steps forward, expression controlled but cold. Catherine stands beside him, composed, watching like she's learned how to survive rooms like this without flinching. Maelna's smile flickers. "Alpha, I." "Move," Darren says calmly. Maelna shifts back immediately, the innocence performance cracking at the edges. Darren's gaze drops to me. "Are you hurt?" I swallow hard. "No." My voice is steady, even if my insides are shaking. Darren nods once, then his gaze sweeps the room again, slow, deliberate. "Anyone laughing," he says, voice calm but heavy, "can leave." Silence. Not even a polite chuckle survives that. My heart pounds. Ben helps me fully stand, careful with my hands like he's afraid I'll break. Dad is beside me now, face tight with anger he's trying to keep leashed. Mom's eyes shine, embarrassed and furious at the same time. And then I feel it, someone else close on my other side. Thomas. I don't see him approach. He's just there, like he moves through crowds without being noticed until he decides to be. His eyes flick over my scraped palms, my knees, the tension in my shoulders. "You're bleeding," he says, flat and factual. "I'm fine," I snap, because pride is a stupid reflex. Thomas's gaze lifts to mine, unimpressed. "You're bleeding," he repeats, like my feelings don't change reality. He pulls a clean handkerchief from his pocket, dark, expensive fabric, and offers it without a word. I hesitate for half a second. Then I take it, because my palms sting, and I'm not about to drip blood on a luxury floor. "Thanks," I mutter. Thomas's eyes flick to Maelna, then back to me. "Don't accept clumsy from people who narrate your pain." My throat tightens. Ben mutters, "She did it on purpose." Thomas doesn't look at him. Obviously. Maelna tries to recover, laugh airy. "This is ridiculous. I was only." Darren's gaze cuts to her again, and whatever she sees there makes her stop. She glides away, offended, and the champagne dress woman disappears with her like a shadow. Thomas turns to me, voice low enough that it's only mine. "Chin up." I swallow. "Why do you care?" He pauses for the smallest beat. Then, "Because they want you smaller." No softness, no explanation. Just truth. Then he steps back like he didn't just rearrange something inside me. Ben's hand stays at my elbow. "You want to get out of here for a second?" he asks gently. "Air." I nod, grateful. We slip toward a side corridor and out to a terrace where the city skyline glows through glass. Cold air hits my face like a reset. I grip the railing, breathing in. My palms throb, my knees ache. Ben stands beside me not too close, respectful. "You handled that," he says quietly. I laugh once, bitter. I almost didn't. "But you did," he says, firm. "That matters." I swallow, staring at the lights outside. I wanted to scream. Ben's grin turns soft. "Same, but screaming would have been for them, not for you." That hits. We talk for a while, about nothing important and everything that keeps me sane. He tells me a dumb story about showing up to a formal dinner in a neon tie because he thought it was funny. And I laugh so hard I forget my palms hurt for a second. When we go back inside, the room has pretended nothing happened. Music is louder. People are careful with their smiles. At one point, I catch Thomas across the hall speaking quietly to a staff member near a side doorway. 2 short words, a nod, Then he disappears down the corridor like he's handling something without making it a show. Mom finds me immediately, fussing over my hands. Dad hovers, protective. I'm fine, I tell them, because I refuse to turn it into a tragedy. Later, Ben convinces me to dance, just a little, because he says, if you hide, they win. So I dance. Nothing dramatic, nothing performative, just moving enough to prove I still belong in my own body. And when I step off the dance floor, I catch Thomas watching from the edge again. His expression is unreadable, but his eyes are steady on me like he's assessing whether I broke. I don't look away. Not this time. I lift my chin and hold his gaze until he looks away first. My pulse kicks like I just won something. A few minutes later, I'm at the water table again, trying to cool the heat in my face, when Thomas appears beside me like he's got a talent for showing up when my brain is loud. You didn't leave, he says. No, I answer, voice steady. I didn't. He nods once. Good. He reaches into his pocket and holds out a small, sealed antiseptic wipe packet. For your hands. I blink, remembering him vanish down that corridor. So that's what you were doing. His mouth twitches, almost a smile. I don't like wasted time. I take it, cleaning my palms carefully. Thanks. He watches me for a beat. Then he says, like it's the most normal thing in the world, if you need help, call. I blink. I don't have your number. He pulls out his phone. Give me yours. My heart stumbles. I type my number into his phone, with fingers that feel clumsy for a completely different reason. He calls it once, so his number appears on my screen. Saved, he says. I swallow. Okay. His gaze holds mine a beat longer. Don't wait until it gets worse. Until what gets worse, I challenge. He leans just slightly closer, voice low. The way they treat you. My throat tightens. Then he straightens and steps away like he didn't just say something that makes my whole body hum. Ben appears beside me with 2 waters like he's been searching. There you are. His eyes flick to my phone, then to where Thomas disappeared, then back to me. He doesn't say anything. But the air between us shifts, just slightly like jealousy trying to pretend it's not there. Back at the hotel later, my knees ache and my palms sting and my mind won't shut up. Mom rants about Mailna, furious. Dad tells her to lower her voice. Mom ignores him. I sit on the edge of the bed, staring at my phone. Ben texts first, you were strong as hell, you okay now? I stare then type back, yeah, thanks for today. Another message pops up a minute later. Thomas, you stood up fast, good. That's it. No emoji, no softness. Just that. And it lands in my chest like a stamp of approval I didn't ask for but can't ignore. I set the phone down like it's dangerous. I go to the bathroom, wash my face, and stare at myself in the mirror. I look the same. But I don't feel the same. Because today, I learned something important. Some people hurt you because it entertains them. Some people help you because they're kind. And some people help you because they refuse to watch you shrink. I crawl into bed, turning off the light. Right before sleep pulls me under, I hear voices drifting in the hallway, 2 guests passing by, talking low, careless. Young relatives. Pack tradition. If there's no air, then. The voices fade before I can catch the rest. My eyes open in the dark. My heart beats slow and heavy. I don't know exactly what they meant. Not yet. But I can feel it, like thunder under the floor. This wedding isn't just a wedding. It's a battlefield dressed in flowers. And somehow, I'm already standing in the middle of it. Chapter 4, Numbers and Warnings. I wake up, and the first thing I feel is my knees. Not in a dramatic way. Just a dull ache that reminds me my body hit the floor in front of half the city yesterday, and somehow I'm still alive. The wedding night is over, but the weekend isn't. Today is the farewell part, the day after events everyone acts like are optional but somehow nobody skips. My palms sting too, the scrapes tight and shiny like they're trying to seal up fast. I flex my fingers and wince. Cool, love that for me. The hotel room is quiet except for Mom moving around like a storm that learned how to wear perfume. She's already dressed, hair perfect, jewelry on, like she's afraid the world might forget she exists if she doesn't sparkle hard enough. Dad is sitting by the window again. Same spot, same tense shoulders, same face like he's thinking about 100 things he refuses to say out loud. I reach for my phone before my brain can stop me. 2 messages sit there like they've been waiting. Ben, you okay this morning? Don't let those clowns live rent-free in your head. Thomas, how's your knee? No emoji, no softness, just that. My stomach flips anyway, which is annoying because I refuse to be that predictable. I stare at the screen too long, then lock it like it's dangerous. Mom glances over. Who's texting you? Nobody, I say automatically. Dad's eyes flick to me. He knows that tone. He doesn't push, though. He just says quietly, "How are your hands?" I hold them up. Fine, annoying, fine. Dad nods like he approves of fine. You don't have to go today. Mom whips around. What? Yes, she does. John said there's a farewell brunch. Pack tradition thing. Everyone will be there. Dad's voice stays calm but firm. Lena, she fell yesterday. Mom throws her hands up. And she got back up. She was strong. Everyone saw it. I blink at her. Mom sees my face and softens a fraction. I'm not saying it for them. I'm saying it for you. You can't let people push you out. That's surprisingly close to what Thomas said. I hate that I'm noticing. Dad exhales slowly. We'll go, he decides, but if it gets weird, we leave. Mom nods too fast. Fine. John said the pack always does a public run the day after the ceremony. Something about showing unity in daylight, wolves and humans together. No secrets, no hiding. I drag myself into the bathroom and get ready without the drama. Simple dress again. Hair pulled back, minimal anything. I'm not trying to win best dressed. I'm trying to survive. When we step out of the hotel, the city air feels colder today, like it's sobering me up. In the car, Mom scrolls through her phone like she's planning her social attacks. Dad stares out the window. I check my phone again and force myself to respond like a normal person. To Ben, I'm okay. Knees are mad at me. Thanks for checking. To Thomas, it's fine. I almost add thanks, then delete it. I don't know why I'm stubborn with him. Maybe because he makes me feel like he can see straight through me, and I hate being readable. We pull up to the venue, and it's less formal than the ceremony, but still expensive enough to make me feel like my shoes are underqualified. Brunch is set on a terrace with glass walls and a city skyline view like the whole place is flexing. Wolves and humans move around together easily, laughing, talking, drinking mimosas like yesterday didn't happen. Like humiliation doesn't stick to the floor. John finds us near the entrance, smiling like a host who never gets tired. Hey, he says, clapping Dad's shoulder. Glad you came. Mom's smile is automatic. Of course, we wouldn't miss it. John's gaze flicks to me quick, assessing, not unkind. You all right? I'm fine, I say. It's my brand now. He nods. Good, today's lighter. A little tradition thing later, public fun, don't overthink it. Sure, I mutter because I live to overthink. We step into the terrace area, and the social temperature hits immediately. People are still watching me. Not as openly, not as cruel. But I can feel the curiosity like static. I try to ignore it and focus on food. Eggs, fruit, coffee, anything that grounds me. That's when I spot Ben. He's leaning near a pillar with a plate in his hand, like he's pretending he knows what to do with fancy brunch. His funky jacket is back, and somehow it works even here. He sees me and his whole face brightens like I'm a safe person in a room full of fakes. He walks over immediately. Kiara. Ben, I say, and I realize my shoulders loosen without permission. He glances at my hands. How's the damage? Annoying, I admit. Ben grimaces in sympathy. I wanted to trip her. My mouth twitches. I believe that. His grin turns softer. You okay for real? I nod. Yeah. Ben studies me like he's checking if I'm lying. Then he nods like he believes me because he wants to. Good, because today is supposed to be chill. Nothing here is chill, I say. Ben laughs. Fair. My eyes sweep the terrace automatically. And there's Thomas. Near the edge again, of course. A coffee in his hand. Dark outfit, sharp lines, hair a mess that somehow looks deliberate. He's speaking to someone older, an elder maybe, nodding once, saying almost nothing, still somehow commanding attention. He doesn't look at me, which should make me feel relieved. Instead, it irritates me like a splinter. Ben follows my gaze, then clears his throat. He's here. Yeah, I say too fast. Ben lifts a brow. You text him. I glare at him. No. Ben's smile turns teasing. You're lying. I'm not, I snap, and then my phone buzzes in my pocket like it's laughing at me. Ben's grin widens. I want to shove him into the mimosa fountain. Before I can respond, the air shifts again. Perfume, confidence, attention. Mailna glides into view like she's built for rooms like this. She's with Ronan again, smooth, calm, expensive. He looks like he'd apologize after stepping on your throat. Mailna's eyes sweep the crowd and land on me like she's been waiting. Her smile is bright, fake, dangerous. Ben mutters under his breath, here we go. I force my face neutral. Mailna approaches, Ronan half a step behind her. Her gaze flicks to my hands. Oh, sweetheart, you're still bandaged. My jaw tightens. Yeah. Mailna sighs like my pain is inconvenient. Clumsy moments happen. Ben's voice is polite but sharp. Funny how they happen right where you're standing. Ronan's hand tightens at Mailna's back. Ben, he says calmly, like a warning. Mailna laughs lightly. He's protective, how sweet. Her eyes flick to Ben, then to me, then past us. And that's when I see her real target. A young woman is walking in, and the room notices her instantly. Torres. She's gorgeous in that confident, polished way. Dress fitted, hair perfect, smile bright like she's already chosen who she wants to impress. She looks like the kind of girl who never doubts she's allowed to take what she wants. And she walks straight toward Thomas. My stomach does something stupid again. Ben watches her with a hard-to-read expression. There she is. I glance at him. You know her. Ben shrugs. Everyone knows her too. That's not a description. I echo my own annoyance. Ben smirks. Torres's ambition in a pretty dress. Torres reaches Thomas and slides into his space like she's practiced. She laughs at something he says, or maybe she laughs to make him talk. She touches his sleeve like she's testing boundaries. Thomas shifts slightly, creating distance without making it dramatic. He says something short. Torres laughs again, louder. She's working the moment like it's a performance. And it drives me insane, for reasons I refuse to unpack. Mailna leans toward me like we're friends. She has a type. I look at her. What's her type? Mailna smiles wider. Winners. Ben's jaw tightens. Ronan murmurs, Mailna. She waves him off with a smile. What? It's brunch. I'm allowed to observe. Torres glances over her shoulder briefly, and her eyes catch mine. For a second, we stare. Then she smiles at me, sweet, pretty, and not sincere. Like she just measured me and decided I'm not competition. Heat rises in my face. I don't smile back. Torres turns away and goes right back to Thomas like I never existed. Ben shifts closer to me slightly, like he sensed the jab. You okay? He asks quietly. I'm fine, I say again, because apparently I only know two emotions now, fine and annoyed. Ben's grin returns. Wanna get out of here for a second, before Mailna starts narrating your life again. I exhale, yes. He leads me toward the garden area off the terrace where the air is cooler and quieter. The city is still there, but the noise is muffled. The second we step away from the crowd, My body loosens like it's been holding tension on purpose. Ben leans against the railing and looks at me, expression softer now. Yesterday sucked. Yeah, I admit. But you didn't break, he says. I snort. I almost did. Ben shakes his head. No, you didn't. That's the difference. I stare at the skyline for a second. Do you ever get tired of this place? Ben laughs, but it's not fully happy. All the time. Then why do you keep showing up? I ask. Ben's eyes meet mine. Because if I don't, they win. And because I'm still family, even if they act like I'm not. That lands. I glance back through the glass walls and spot Torres again, still near Thomas, still smiling like she owns his attention. Ben follows my gaze, and his expression darkens for a split second. You hate her, I say, surprised. Ben shrugs, forcing casual. I don't hate her, she's just predictable. Meaning? Ben's jaw tightens, meaning she doesn't flirt for fun. I blink. Are you saying? Ben stops himself, then shakes his head. Forget it, not my place. My pulse kicks. Ben. He exhales, then looks at me, serious now. There's pressure in this pack. Money pressure. Legacy pressure. People who smile at you today will ruin you tomorrow if it benefits them. I stare at him. So Torres is. Looking for the best option, Ben says quietly. Like Milna said, winners. My chest tightens again, and I hate that it makes me feel possessive. Possessive of who? Thomas. I barely know him. It's not that. It's the idea that someone can walk in and choose a person like property. Ben's tone softens, trying to pull me out of my spiral. Anyway, I don't want to talk about them. He nudges my shoulder lightly. Tell me about your small town. Like, what do you do when you're not surrounded by rich psychos? I laugh. I go to class, I drink cheap coffee, I hang out with my friends. That sounds peaceful, Ben says, genuine. It is, I admit, until my mom drags me into a place like this. Ben grins. Your mom is iconic, by the way. I groan. She's embarrassing. She's brave, Ben counters. She doesn't care if people judge her. I tilt my head. That's not bravery, that's shamelessness. Ben laughs. Same thing sometimes. The moment feels normal. Too normal. And that's when I realize how badly I needed it. Ben's grin softens again. Can I ask you something? I narrow my eyes. Depends. Why did you come? He asks. Like you could have stayed home. You don't look like you enjoy this. I stare at him, honest answer rising in my throat. Because I wanted to see the big world. Because I wanted to prove I belong. Because I wanted something. I wanted to see it, I admit finally. I wanted to know if I could stand in a room like that without shrinking. Ben's eyes hold mine, and I swallow. I'm still standing. Ben's smile turns proud. Yeah, you are. My chest tightens with a warmth I don't want to name. Impulsively, before I can overthink it, I step closer and kiss his cheek. It's quick, soft, friendly. But it's still a kiss. Ben freezes like his brain glitches. Then his grin explodes. Oh. I immediately feel heat rush to my face. Don't make it weird. Ben lifts both hands like surrender. I'm not, I swear, I'm just, he laughs, softer now. I'm not used to people being nice. That punches me in the chest. I swallow hard. You deserve nice. Ben's expression shifts. Something real flashes in his eyes. Then he clears his throat and forces his usual playful tone back. Okay, before I start crying at brunch like a psycho, we should go back inside. I laugh. Agreed. We walk back into the terrace area, and the social noise hits again. Immediately, I feel eyes on me. Because people notice when you return from a quiet corner with a man. Ben stays close, casual and protective. And then I see Thomas. He's moved. He's closer to the water station now, alone again. Torres is nearby, but she's talking to someone else, maybe regrouping. Thomas's gaze lifts and lands on me. Then flicks to Ben. Then back to me. And for the first time, I see something shift in his expression. Not jealousy exactly. More like a tightening. Like he's filing information away. I hate that my pulse jumps at that. Thomas steps toward me, and the air around him feels cooler. Ben's posture stiffens slightly. Thomas doesn't look at Ben. He looks at my hands. Bandages, he asks. I blink. They're fine. Thomas's eyes narrow slightly, like fine annoys him. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small tube ointment. Travel size, clean. He holds it out. Use this. I stare at it. Where did you? First aid station, he says, like I asked what color the sky is. I take it because refusing would be stupid. Thanks. Thomas's gaze flicks to my face, then to Ben again, then back. You should ice your knees. I know, I mutter. He leans slightly closer, just enough that I can smell him again, clean and sharp and wolf underneath. Don't let them push you into corners. My throat tightens. I wasn't. Thomas's eyes hold mine. I saw. Then he steps back like he didn't just press a thumb into my ribs. He turns and walks away. Ben watches him go, jaw tight. You okay? Ben asks, too casual. I clutch the ointment. Yeah. Ben's eyes flick to the tube in my hand. He just gives orders, huh? I glance at Ben. He's intense. Ben's laugh is short. Yeah. Before we can say more, John claps his hands near the center of the terrace and calls attention. All right, John says, smiling wide. We're doing the tradition event in the courtyard. Wolves, humans, everyone's welcome. You know the rules. No drama, no biting unless you're invited. The room laughs. My stomach flips. Tradition event. We follow the crowd toward an open courtyard, wide, public, with a lawn and a raised platform. Humans gather along the edges with phones out, excited like this is a concert. Wolves mingle more casually, like shifting in public is just another day. Because it is. John steps onto the platform and explains the tradition in simple terms. A celebratory run. A symbolic show of unity, wolves shifting, moving together, showing respect for the alpha and the pack. No secrecy, no hiding. Just wolves being wolves in the open. I feel my chest tighten with something like pride. Because as much as this place makes me feel small sometimes, this part of it is ours. Ben looks at me, grin returning. You shifting. I lift my chin. Obviously. Ben laughs. Okay, badass. I catch Thomas across the courtyard, standing still, watching the crowd like he's counting them again. Torres is back at his side, smile bright, fingers brushing his sleeve like she never got told no. Thomas doesn't look at her. His gaze is on the space, on the rules, on control. John calls for wolves to step forward. I step onto the grass with Ben nearby. My skin tingles, wolf energy rising under my ribs like it's been waiting for permission. I glance back at the humans watching, some amused, some fascinated, some completely casual. Then I let go. My bones shift smoothly, familiar, natural. Fur ripples over skin. The world sharpens. Scents explode into clarity, grass, perfume, coffee, city air, wolf musk. I land in my wolf form and shake out, feeling instantly more like myself. Ben shifts beside me, his wolf sleek and strong, tail wagging once like he's showing off. Across the courtyard, Thomas shifts too. His wolf form is bigger than Ben's, heavier, more powerful, darker. He holds himself with the same controlled stillness, like even in fur, he's disciplined. Torres shifts a second later, her wolf smaller, elegant, and she immediately presses close to Thomas like she's trying to claim him even in this form. Thomas steps away. Just one step. But it's clear. Torres follows anyway, stubborn. My wolf chest tightens with irritation that makes no sense. Ben bumps my shoulder lightly in wolf form, a gentle nudge. Like focus. John signals the start, and the wolves move, some running, some packing, some circling in a symbolic pattern. It's less about speed and more about presence. I run with Ben for a stretch, letting the air fill my lungs, letting my muscles work. For a few minutes, I forget the whispers. I forget the luxury. I forget Milna's smile. I'm just a wolf. I glance toward Thomas mid-run and catch his gaze, wolf eyes locked on me. Not warm. Not playful. Focused. Like he's seeing me more clearly like this. My stride falters for half a beat, then I recover, annoyed at myself. When the tradition ends, wolves slow and shift back gradually. I shift back too, breathing hard, skin warm, hair a mess. I don't care. Ben laughs, breathless. Okay, that was actually fun. It was, I admit. We rejoin the crowd, and humans clap like it's entertainment, but wolves accept it like ritual, like it matters. As people mingle again, Milna appears in my peripheral vision, eyes sharp. Torres drifts close to Thomas again, laughing at something he doesn't seem to find funny. She's working him nonstop. And then I hear it. Two women near the edge, voices low, careless. No air. Eligible. Young blood is the only thing they care about. My heart slows. I freeze, pretending to adjust my hair so I can keep listening. If it stays like this, then it goes too. A laugh cuts them off, and the conversation dissolves as someone approaches. I'm left with fragments again. No air. Eligible. Young blood. My chest tightens. Ben appears at my side. You spaced out. I force a smile, just tired. Ben studies me, then nods, not pushing. As the brunch winds down, Mom is glowing again, like the tradition event gave her social fuel. Dad looks ready to leave. We finally head back to the hotel in the late part of the day, and my body feels heavy in that post-adrenaline way. In the hotel lobby, I catch two wolves watching us a beat too long. Then they look away fast, like their eyes never touched me at all. In the hallway outside our room, I hear voices passing, two men, low and quick. Young. Unattached. It's tradition. And if there's no air then, they fade before I can catch more. My pulse kicks. Dad unlocks our door and steps inside. Mom starts talking immediately about who she met and who looked at her dress. I sit on the edge of the bed, phone in hand, brain buzzing. Ben texts, "Thanks for today, you made it better." My chest warms. I type back, "Same, and you're welcome for the cheek kiss, don't get cocky." His reply comes fast, "Too late." I laugh quietly. Then another message appears. "Thomas, lock your door tonight." My smile drops instantly. I stare at the screen, throat tight. Because that isn't flirtation. That's warning energy. I type back, "Why?" No reply. I set the phone down slowly, like it might bite. Mom keeps talking. Dad keeps pretending to listen. And I sit there feeling something settle in my bones. This weekend isn't just parties and flowers and wolf runs. People are calculating, positioning, circling. And whatever the pack, tradition, is about, it's tightening around Thomas and Ben like a noose dressed up as celebration. I lie down that night with my hands throbbing and my mind wide awake. Ben makes me feel safe. Thomas makes me feel like the floor might drop out at any second. And I'm starting to think both feelings are telling me the truth. Chapter 5, The Dance Line. I wake up already listening. Not in the dramatic, horror movie way. More like my body decided sleep is optional when you're in a place where people smile like knives. The first thing I do is check the lock. Deadbolt, chain. I test it twice like I'm trying to prove a point to myself. My phone is on the nightstand. I don't reach for it right away, which should earn me a medal. Then I reach for it anyway. Ben, morning, tough girl, how's the knee? Thomas, door stayed locked. I stare at that second message until my brain catches up. He didn't ask how I slept. He didn't ask if I'm okay. He asked if the door stayed locked. My skin prickles. I type back before I can overthink it. Yes. A second later, 3 dots appear. Then disappear. No reply. Of course. Mom is awake and already dressed again, because apparently she's allergic to being unprepared. She's standing by the mirror adjusting an earring like the fate of the world depends on symmetry. Dad sits in his usual spot by the window, jaw tight, phone in hand. He looks over. You slept. A little, I lie. Mom turns, excited. Today we do a quick goodbye, then head out. John said there's a small gathering at the hotel lounge, a last thanks for coming thing. Dad's expression hardens. We're leaving today. I just said that, Mom snaps. Dad's eyes flick to the door. We leave after we say goodbye, no extra wandering, no more drama. Mom rolls her eyes. Arthur, you're acting like we're in danger. Dad's voice stays low. We are. The word lands heavy. Mom's smile wavers, and for the first time since we arrived, she looks uncertain. I keep my voice casual, because if I say what I'm thinking, I'll spiral. It's just a hotel. Dad gives me a look that says he knows. I don't believe that either. I get ready quickly, hands still tender, knees still sore. I pull my hair back tighter than usual like I can physically restrain my anxiety. Before we leave the room, I do one more check on the lock like it's a superstition. Mom watches me. You're really letting him get in your head. Who? I asked, playing dumb. Mom's lips curve. You know who. I ignore her and follow Dad out. The hallway feels normal, too normal. Plush carpet, soft lighting, the scent of expensive air freshener. But then I catch it. Two wolves down the hall near the elevator. Not talking, not laughing, just standing. Watching. The second my eyes meet theirs, they look away like I imagined it. My stomach tightens. Dad's hand brushes my back gently. Not a shove, not a pull. Just a quiet I'm here. We head to the hotel lounge, where the small gathering is happening. It's not small. It's just smaller than the venue. Same energy, though. Same polished wolves. Same humans trying to pretend they're not intimidated by teeth they know are real. John is there, moving through people like he's managing a fire nobody sees. He spots us and smiles too fast. Hey, he says, greeting Dad with a firm handshake. Thanks for coming. Dad nods. We're heading out after this. John's smile doesn't slip, but his eyes sharpen. Yeah, that's smart. Mom glances between them. Is something going on? John laughs lightly. Nah, just long weekend, you know how it is. I don't. But I don't call him on it either. The lounge is full of polite conversations. A few guests glance at me and look away. Not hostile, not friendly, just aware. Ben finds me first. He's holding 2 coffees like he came prepared to rescue me from my own thoughts. I figured you'd need this. I take one, grateful. You're a lifesaver. Ben grins. I try. His eyes drop to my hands. How's the healing? Still ugly, I say. Ben shrugs. Battle scars. I snort. I tripped at a wedding. Ben leans in, lowering his voice. You got targeted at a wedding. That's accurate. I take a sip of coffee and let the warmth settle in my chest. Ben's gaze flicks past me. He's here. I don't ask who. My body already knows. Thomas stands near the far end of the lounge, half in shadow, talking to someone with a security badge. He's not smiling, not performing. He looks like a man dealing with logistics. His attention shifts briefly, like he senses my gaze, and his eyes meet mine for a beat. Then he looks away like it doesn't matter. My pulse jumps anyway. Ben watches me watch him, and his grin fades just a fraction. Not angry, not accusing. Just aware. Don't, I warn Ben. He raises both hands. I'm not saying anything. Good. Ben's smile returns, softer now. So, leaving today? Yeah, I say, back to the real world. Ben snorts. Your small town is the real world. It's not this, I say, sweeping the lounge with my eyes. Ben nods slowly. Fair. Before we drift too far into easy, my eyes catch movement again. Thomas, slipping away from the lounge edge back toward the hall. Not mingling, not socializing, just checking. Like he has places to be that have nothing to do with champagne. A young woman's laugh cuts through the room. Bright, feminine, too confident. Torres enters like she owns the oxygen. Same polished beauty, same hungry smile. Her eyes scan the lounge, lock onto Thomas immediately, and she starts toward him like it's a straight line she's allowed to walk. Then, halfway there, she changes direction. Toward Ben. My stomach tightens. Ben freezes for a half second like he didn't expect the redirect, then recovers with a polite smile. Torres slides into our space, all charm. Ben. Ben's voice is friendly but guarded. Torres. She turns those bright eyes to me. Kiara, right? I keep my face neutral. Yeah. Torres smiles like she's being sweet. You're the small-town guest, John's family. That's me, I say. Her gaze drops to my hands, then back to my face. I heard you had a rough moment. I'm fine, I say, because if I say anything else I'll start swinging. Torres laughs lightly. You're tougher than you look. Ben shifts slightly, subtle, like he's putting himself between me and her words. What do you want, Torres? Torres pretends offense. Wow, straight to the point. Ben's smile is polite. Always. Torres's eyes flick past Ben to where Thomas was, except he's not there now, like he slipped away again. Then back to Ben again. Like she's calculating angles. I didn't get to talk to you much, she says, voice silky. You always disappear. Ben's jaw tightens. Maybe I like disappearing. Torres laughs. That's cute. Then she leans closer, too close, and touches Ben's sleeve the way she touched Thomas. Testing. Ben doesn't flinch. He just steps back half a pace, keeping it respectful but firm. Torres's smile doesn't change, but her eyes sharpen. You're not going to be like him, are you? She asks, voice light. Ben's brows lift. Like who? Torres's gaze flicks toward the hall. Like the cold one. I feel heat rise in my face. Why does that irritate me? Ben shrugs. Thomas is Thomas. Torres hums, circling, never stopping. People say he's complicated. People say a lot, Ben replies. Torres tilts her head like she's studying him now. And you? Ben gives her an easy grin. I'm simple. Torres laughs like she doesn't believe him. Simple is rare. Her gaze slides to me again. Are you staying close to Ben? I blink. What? Torres smiles wider. I'm just asking, you seem friendly. Ben's posture stiffens. I keep my voice calm. Ben is a friend. Torres nods like she's collecting information. And Thomas. My heart stutters. Ben's eyes flick to me quickly, then away. I lift my chin. Thomas is a guy I met. Torres's smile turns sharper. That's what I thought. Before I can respond, she glides away, already bored, already redirecting. And where does she go? Toward the hallway again. Like Ben was a test run. My jaw tightens so hard it hurts. Ben exhales low. Sorry. I blink at him. Why are you apologizing? Ben shrugs, eyes tired. Because she does that. She makes people feel like options. I stare toward the hall where Torres disappeared. Ben's voice drops. That's why I said she doesn't flirt for fun. My stomach churns. Does she think? I start then stop. Ben's gaze holds mine. She thinks whoever ends up on top will be worth it. On top. Legacy. Tradition. My mind flashes back to the whispered fragments I keep catching and never fully hearing. I take a slow breath. That's gross. Ben's smile is small. Yeah, welcome to Rich Pack romance. I snort, pass. Ben's grin warms. Same. Maelna drifts into our orbit like she sensed peace and decided to kill it. She's with Ronan again, his hand lightly at her back like he's steering a very pretty car with faulty brakes. Maelna's eyes flick to me, then to Ben, then toward the hall. And her smile is pure satisfaction. Well, she says, voice sweet, look at you too, cozy. Ben's voice goes flat. Mailna. She touches her chest dramatically. What? I'm complimenting. Ronan's mouth tightens. Mailna. She ignores him. Kiera, honey, you're popular this weekend. I keep my face neutral. Am I? Mailna nods, eyes glittering. First Ben, then Thomas, a girl who knows how to collect attention. Heat floods my face. Ben steps forward, calm but sharp. Stop. Mailna blinks innocently. Stop what? I'm just saying what everyone's thinking. I swallow my anger and force a smile. Then everyone needs better thoughts. For a second, Mailna looks surprised. Then she laughs lightly. Oh, she bites. Ronan's fingers tighten at her back. We're leaving, he says quietly. Mailna waves a hand. Fine, I'm done. As they walk away, Mailna glances back at me, her smile bright like a promise. I don't like it. Ben watches them go, jaw tight. That was good. What was? I ask, still shaking with contained rage. The way you handled her, Ben says. You didn't give her the reaction. I exhale slowly. I wanted to dump my coffee on her head. Ben's grin returns. That's plan B. I laugh despite myself, and it feels like taking a breath after being underwater. Then the air shifts. I feel it before I see it, like a cold draft. Thomas appears again, moving through the lounge with purpose, not a drink in sight. He stops near me, not close enough to be obvious, but close enough that my skin notices. His gaze drops to my hands. You used the ointment, he asks. I blink. You're keeping tabs. Thomas's mouth twitches. Answer the question. I roll my eyes. Not yet. He makes a small sound of disapproval. Do it. Ben mutters. Bro, she's not in your pack. Thomas doesn't look at Ben. I didn't ask. Ben's jaw tightens. My pulse kicks at the tension, and I hate that part of me likes it. I lift my chin. Why are you so? Thomas's eyes lock on mine. Alert. I swallow. He leans slightly closer, voice lower. I meant what I said. Keep your door locked. Dad appears behind me suddenly, protective energy sharp. Kiera. Thomas straightens, immediately like he respects Dad's presence, even if he doesn't soften. Dad looks at Thomas the way dads look at men they don't trust. Everything all right? Thomas meets Dad's gaze calmly. Not yet. My stomach drops. Dad's jaw tightens. What does that mean? Thomas's eyes flick around the lounge, measuring. It means leave today, don't linger. Mom appears too, eyes wide. What is happening? Thomas doesn't answer her. He looks at me again. You have your phone. Yes, I say, confused. Keep it on, he says, then steps away like the conversation is over. All morning he's been drifting in and out of the hallways like he's checking corners, not mingling, like he's on some unofficial security loop nobody announced. Ben stares after him. He's something. Dad's voice is tight. We're leaving. Mom opens her mouth to argue, then shuts it, because even she can feel the shift now, the tension under the brunch. We say goodbye to John quickly. Mom forces smiles. Dad stays stiff. I keep scanning, my wolf instincts itching. As we head back toward the elevators, I feel eyes on me again. A shadow near the vending area. A guest turning away too fast. My skin prickles. In the elevator, Dad stands close enough that his shoulder brushes mine. You feel it too, I whisper. Dad's jaw tight. Yeah. Mom hugs her purse like it's armor. This is ridiculous. We didn't do anything. Dad's voice stays calm. That's not the point. Back in our hotel room, Dad packs like he's on a timer. Mom keeps checking her makeup like she can control fear with lipstick. I grab my bag and my phone buzzes. Ben, you leaving already? I type back, yeah, Dad's in we're out mode. Ben replies fast, smart, text me when you're safe. Safe? That word makes my stomach twist. I shove my phone in my pocket and follow my parents into the hallway with our bags. The hallway is quieter now, Fewer guests, softer lighting. We reach our door, and Dad locks it behind us out of habit. As we walk toward the elevator, I hear it. A soft click. Not a gun, not a dramatic sound. A door latch. Somewhere behind us. My head snaps around. A figure at the end of the hallway, half shadow, half movement. They freeze when I look. Then they turn and walk away like they belong. My pulse spikes. Dad notices my reaction instantly. What? Someone, I start, then stop because it sounds crazy. Never mind. Dad doesn't say, never mind. He pulls his phone out like he's ready to call someone. We reach the elevator, and the doors open. Right before we step inside, I hear footsteps fast behind us. I turn, and the person is closer now, coming toward our room door. Not ours, our old door down the hall. Like they were timing it. Dad's hand moves instinctively, body blocking me and Mom. My wolf rises, hot and ready. I don't shift, not yet. But my teeth itch. The person stops at our door and touches the handle. My breath stops. Then, because I apparently live in a nightmare now, the door handle moves. Not fully, because Dad locked it, but enough to show intent. Mom gasps softly. Dad's voice cuts through the hall sharp. Hey! The figure jerks back. Wolf security appears from the stairwell. 2 guards, fast, professional, eyes hard. What's going on? One demands. The figure lifts their hands slightly like innocence. Wrong room, Stop, the guard snaps. Identification. The figure hesitates. My skin turns ice. The second guard's gaze flicks to us, then back to the figure. Sir, now. Sir. So it's a man. Maybe human, maybe wolf, hard to tell from the distance and shadow. The man mutters something, reaches into his pocket slowly. My heart slams. Then a voice slices through the hallway like a blade. Don't. Thomas. He steps out of the stairwell like he's been there already, dark coat on, expression flat. His eyes lock on the man's pocket. The man freezes. Wolf security stiffens. Thomas. Thomas doesn't look at them, hands where we can see them. The man's hands lift immediately. My throat tightens. Dad shifts closer to me, protective, but even he looks stunned by how fast Thomas took control. The guard steps forward and pulls a hotel keycard from the man's pocket, one of those staff-issued guest cards that can be programmed to open more than one door. The guard's eyes narrow. Why do you have a staff-issued card? The man stammers. I was told. His story changes mid-sentence, panic scrambling his words like he can't decide which lie will work faster. Told by who? The guard snaps. The man's gaze flicks down the hall like he's looking for an escape. Thomas's voice is quiet and lethal. Answer. The man swallows. A woman, she said it was a prank. She said the small-town girl would scream. My blood goes hot. Small-town girl. Of course. Mom makes a strangled sound. Oh my God. Dad's jaw clenches so hard I can hear it. The guard curses under his breath. Which woman? The man shakes his head fast. I don't know her name. She was older, fancy, with perfume that announces her before she speaks. I mutter before I can stop myself. Thomas's eyes flick to me. For a second, something like approval flashes. The guard exhales sharply. We'll handle it. Thomas nods once, like this is routine. The guards escort the man toward the stairwell. The man keeps protesting, voice shaky. Mom looks like she's about to faint. Dad's voice is low. Was that Malna? I don't answer because I don't know. But in my gut, yes. Or someone aligned with her. A proxy. A laugh in perfume form. Wolf security disappears with the man. The hallway goes quiet again. Too quiet. Thomas turns to me. You locked your door, he says. I swallow. Yeah. He nods like that's the only reason this didn't go worse. Good. Dad steps forward, tense. Why are you watching my daughter's door? Thomas meets Dad's gaze evenly. Because someone else was. Dad's eyes harden. And how did you know? Thomas's jaw ticks. Because I heard things. Dad doesn't look satisfied, but he also doesn't look like he wants to argue with a man who just stopped an intrusion with 2 words. Mom whispers, Kiera. I turn to her. She's shaken, real shaken, the social climbing mask cracked. That scares me more than the hallway incident. Thomas looks at me again, voice lower just for me. Leave. We are, I say quickly. Thomas nods, then like he can't help himself, his gaze flicks to my hands again. Use the ointment. I huff a breath that's almost a laugh, shaky. Bossy. He doesn't smile. Alive. My chest tightens. I don't know what comes over me. Maybe adrenaline, maybe gratitude, maybe the fact that he didn't flinch while everyone else did. I step closer, fast before I can overthink, and kiss his cheek. Quick, soft, done. Then I pull back like it never happened. Thomas freezes. Actually freezes. Like his brain glitches the way Ben's did. My face burns. Don't make it weird, I blurt. His eyes hold mine, unreadable, but something shifts there. Something raw that he immediately locks down. He clears his throat once. Get in the elevator. Yes, sir, I snap, because sarcasm is the only thing keeping me from shaking. Dad ushers Mom into the elevator first, still tense. I step in last, and Thomas stays outside. Right before the doors close, his gaze locks on mine again. Phone on, he says. Then the doors shut. My knees go weak. In the elevator, Mom whispers, You kissed him. I glare, not now. Dad's voice is flat. We're leaving. At the front desk, Dad checks us out like he's in a race. Mom stays quiet. I keep scanning the lobby like someone might pop out of a plant. As we exit, I catch Milner across the lobby, laughing with a small cluster of women like nothing happened. Ronan stands beside her, expression tight. Milna's eyes flick to me, and her smile widens. My blood turns ice. Ben texts me again, You good? I type back fast, leaving now. Something happened, I'm okay. Ben replies instantly, What happened? I glance at my parents, then type, Later, just I'll text when I'm home. He responds, Promise. My chest tightens, Promise. The airport is a blur of security lines and coffee smells, and people who have no idea my heart is still sprinting. On the plane, I finally exhale for the first time in hours. Mom sits by the window, staring out like she's trying to pretend the city didn't bite her. Dad sits in the aisle seat, protective wall. I sit between them, phone in my hand, replaying everything. The keycard. The prank. The small-town girl would scream. My jaw tightens so hard it aches. My phone buzzes again. Thomas, you made it past the lobby. I stare. Then type, Yes. 3 dots appear. Then, good. That's it. And somehow, it makes my chest loosen a fraction. Ben sends another message too, softer. Still here if you need to talk. I swallow and type, Thanks. Somewhere in the middle of the flight, Ola messages in the group chat with Tyler. Ola, girl, are you alive? Did you meet hot wolves? Tyler, don't ignore us, Kiera. We need details. I almost laugh. Almost. I type back, I'm alive. I'll tell you everything later, it's been a lot. Ola, a lot means tea. Spill when you land. Tyler, also your mom better not have married you off. I snort quietly, and Dad glances at me. What? He asks. Friends, I murmur. Dad nods like he approves of friends who keep you grounded. When we finally get home, the air feels different. Smaller. Familiar. No chandeliers, no polished predators. Just my street, my porch light, my quiet neighborhood. Mom exhales like she's been holding her breath for days. Dad unlocks the door and we step inside. I drop my bag in the hallway and just stand there for a second, letting the silence settle on my skin. Ben, home. I type, just walked in. Ben replies, good, get some sleep. Tough girl. My throat tightens unexpectedly. Thomas doesn't text again. Maybe he doesn't need to. Maybe he already said what he needed in the hallway. Mom goes straight to the kitchen like she needs to touch something normal. Dad checks the locks on our door like the habit followed him home. I head to my room, shower quickly, and change into an oversized tee that feels like safety. When I crawl into bed, my body finally remembers it's exhausted. I set my phone on the nightstand. My phone buzzes, John. I miss it by a second and the ringing dies. A voicemail pops up immediately like it was waiting. I don't want to press play. My finger presses play anyway. John's voice comes through, low and urgent, stripped of his host smile. Kiera, it's John. Tell your dad to call me back. Now, don't panic, okay? Just call. Alpha Darren is gone. He's dead. My blood turns cold. I sit up in bed, so fast my knees protest. The room feels too quiet. My phone is heavy in my hand, like it weighs 1,000 pounds. Outside my door, I hear Dad moving, still checking locks like he can keep the world out by force. And all I can think is, Darren is dead. And somehow, I already know this is only the beginning. Chapter 6, The Note on My Bed. The voicemail doesn't stop playing just because I stop listening. John's words keep looping in my head like a siren I can't shut off. Alpha Darren is gone. He's dead. I don't sleep after that. Not really. I just sit there until the sky starts to lighten, running the same words through my head like a bruise I can't stop pressing. My phone feels heavy in my hand, like it's a stone. I swing my legs out of bed, feet hitting the floor cold, and I'm already moving before I decide to. Dad's in the hallway. I can hear him, soft footsteps, a lock click, the quiet clink of his keys like he's still doing the same routine he did at the hotel. Like routine can protect you. Dad, I call, voice too sharp. He appears instantly, eyes alert. What? I hold up my phone. John left a voicemail. Dad's face changes in a blink, tightening, bracing. What did he say? I swallow hard. He said Darren is dead. For a second, Dad doesn't move. Then his jaw locks and he steps toward me, taking the phone carefully like it might burn him. He listens, eyes going darker with every word. Mom's door opens down the hall. What's going on? She asks, voice sleepy and irritated, until she sees Dad's face. Arthur, Mom's tone shifts. What is it? Dad lowers the phone slowly. Darren's dead. Mom makes a sound like all the air got punched out of her. No, that's... Her eyes flick to me. Kiera, is this a joke? It's John, I say, because that's the only proof that matters. He sounded scared. Dad's already pulling his phone out. Get dressed, he tells Mom. Then he looks at me. You too. Mom blinks like her brain can't keep up. Arthur, what are we doing? Dad doesn't hesitate, calling John back. He moves toward the kitchen like he needs space to think, and we follow like gravity. In the kitchen, the overhead light feels too bright. The normalness of our small-town house feels wrong with that voicemail sitting in the air. Dad dials, it rings once, twice, 3 times. Then John answers, and his voice is low and tight, like he's been swallowing panic all night. Arthur. Dad's tone is calm but deadly serious. John, we got your voicemail. A pause, a breath. Yeah, John says. I'm sorry, He stops like apologizing is useless right now. You listened. Yes, Dad says. Tell me exactly what happened. John exhales like he's trying to keep his voice steady. He's gone. They found him after the wedding, late, after most guests left. Mom's hand flies to her mouth. Oh my God. Dad cuts his eyes at her, warning look, quiet. Mom swallows hard and nods, but her eyes are wet already. I lean closer to Dad instinctively, like I can absorb the call through him. Dad's voice stays controlled. Who found him? John hesitates. Staff and a few of us. A few of us, Dad repeats. John's voice drops further. Close relatives, we didn't want chaos. Chaos? That word lands heavy. Dad asks, Catherine. John pauses. She's here, she's not okay. My stomach twists. The bride, the calm woman in white, the one everyone treated like part of the Dacre beside the Alpha. She was just married, I whisper mostly to myself. Mom hears it anyway and makes another broken sound. Dad asks, police. John's laugh is humorless. Both. Human police came first because there are humans on staff and because optics. Wolf security is here too, obviously. They're already fighting over who runs the scene. Dad closes his eyes for a beat like he's processing that mess. Is it being treated like murder? John's voice catches. They don't know yet. My pulse spikes. Dad's voice sharpens. John, do you know how he died? Silence. Then John says, they think bathroom, slip, head injury. My stomach turns. Bathroom. The place that's supposed to be private, safe, simple. Dad's jaw tightens. Think isn't enough. I know, John snaps, then immediately lowers his voice again like he remembered there are rules about how loud you're allowed to grieve when you're rich. I know. They're doing forensics. Forensics. My mind flashes to Thomas's calm voice. Door stayed locked. Why did he sound like he expected danger? Dad says, why are you calling us? We're not counsel. John's voice goes rough. Because you were there, and because Kiera. My heart stutters. Me, I blurt too loud. Dad holds up a hand, silencing me without looking. John continues. Because she noticed things. People were watching. There were whispers, Mailna's nonsense, Tora's circling. Mom flinches at the names like they're curses. John's voice tightens. And because, Arthur, I need you to come back to the city back here, now. Dad doesn't answer immediately. Mom whispers, Arthur. Dad's gaze flicks to me, protective, questioning, like he's weighing whether this is worth dragging his daughter back into. John's voice gets lower, urgent. Don't put this on speaker. Walls have ears. Dad's face hardens. Are you saying you think someone listening? John exhales. I'm saying this pack is full of people who turn grief into leverage. Please, come, I don't trust half of them. My blood runs cold. Dad finally says, we'll come. Mom sucks in a breath like she didn't know she was holding it. Part fear, part something else. A pull toward the dramatic center she always wanted until it turned real. John sounds relieved and terrified at the same time. Okay, I'll meet you at the gates. Tell Kiera to stay close, and he hesitates. Don't post anything, don't talk to press, don't talk to anyone you don't trust. Dad's voice is iron. We'll be there. The call ends. The kitchen goes quiet except for Mom's breathing, fast and shallow. I stand there with my arms wrapped around myself, skin prickling with wolf instinct. Dad looks at us, pack now. Mom's eyes are wide. We're going back today. Dad nods. We leave as soon as we can. Mom swallows. But our bags. Pack what you need, Dad repeats. No extra. I move before my brain catches up, heading toward my room like I'm on autopilot. In my room, I grab jeans, a hoodie, sneakers. I throw them into my bag with shaking hands. Then I stop. My phone. My thumb hovers over my messages. Ben and Thomas are both in my inbox, like two different doors in the same hallway. Ben's last message, get some sleep, tough girl. Thomas's last message, you made it past the lobby. My throat tightens. I type to Ben first because it feels safer. Kiera, I just heard. Darren is dead. Are you okay? I stare at the bubble, then type to Thomas. Kiera, John called. We're coming back. Are you there? Kiera, is this why you warned me? I hit send before I can chicken out. My hands shake as I zip my bag. In the living room, Mom is moving too fast, pulling clothes out of drawers like she's trying to outrun fear. Dad is on his laptop checking flights, his jaw set like he's going to wrestle the world into order. I hover near the doorway. Dad, is it safe? Dad looks up, eyes tired. I don't know. The honesty hits like a slap. Mom snaps, then why are we going? Dad's voice stays steady. Because John asked, because we were there, because if this turns into something ugly, the last thing we do is pretend we didn't hear. Mom's eyes shine. This is not what I wanted. I almost laugh, but it comes out bitter. Yeah, me neither. Dad looks at me, softening. You don't have to go inside if you don't want to. I blink. I'm not staying here alone. Dad nods once, accepting. We move like a unit after that. Grab bags, lock doors, get in the car. The drive to the airport feels wrong. The same roads I know by heart suddenly feel too small to hold what just happened. Mom keeps muttering under her breath, half prayers, half complaints. Dad drives with both hands, locked on the wheel like he's holding himself together. My phone buzzes. Ben, I'm here, I'm okay, it's chaos. Please be careful coming back. My chest loosens a fraction. Then another buzz. Thomas, yes. Just that. Then a second message appears. Thomas, stay with your father, do not wander. I stare at the screen, pulse pounding. His words feel like orders. But underneath the orders is something else. He's paying attention. I type back, are you okay? 3 dots. Then, irrelevant. I exhale sharply, almost laughing. Of course. Mom glances at me. What? Nothing, I say. At the airport, everything is too normal. People with luggage, kids crying, coffee lines, announcements overhead. My brain keeps expecting the world to feel different because Darren is dead. But the world doesn't care. That makes me angry in a quiet, simmering way. We get through security. Dad stays close. Mom clutches her purse like it's armor again. We sit at the gate, and Dad calls John back once. No answer. Mom whispers, maybe we should. Dad's stare shuts her down. On the plane, Mom finally falls silent, staring out the window like she's afraid she'll see something chasing us through the sky. Dad reads nothing on his screen. He just scrolls like his fingers need something to do. I stare at my phone, waiting for it to buzz again like it's the only heartbeat I trust right now. It does. Thomas, when you land, go straight to John. Don't let anyone redirect you. My stomach tightens. Because that implies someone will try. I type, why would they redirect us? No reply. Ben texts too, softer but tense. Ben, I'm sorry you're coming back into this. I'll find you when you get here. I swallow hard, and my fingers hover. I don't want to sound needy. I do anyway. Kiera, please do. Ben, always. That one word warms something in my chest that fear couldn't freeze. When we land, everything moves fast. Rental car, highway, big city skyline rising again like a monster made of glass. Mom looks smaller the closer we get. Dad's knuckles are white on the steering wheel. My phone buzzes one more time. John, gate, north entrance, tell security you're with me. Dad reads it, nods. Good, he's there. When we reach the estate, Darren's place, my stomach drops. It looks the same as before. Towering gates, clean stone, perfect landscaping. But the air is different. There are more vehicles, police cars, security SUVs, people in uniforms, people with earpieces. A media van sits farther back like a vulture, waiting for permission to land. Dad rolls the window down. A wolf security guard steps forward, eyes sharp. Dad says, we're with John. The guard studies him, then looks at me and Mom, and something flickers in his gaze. Recognition, maybe. He speaks into an earpiece, then the gate opens. We drive through slowly, like entering a world where grief has rules. John is waiting near the entrance steps, and he looks like he hasn't slept. His suit is wrinkled. His smile is gone. His eyes are bloodshot. He steps toward the car before we even stop. Dad gets out first. John grabs his arm, squeezing hard, too hard for polite society. "Thank you," John says, voice rough. Dad nods. Where is he? John's face tightens. Inside, they moved him. Mom makes a broken sound. Moved him. John glances at her, then softens slightly. To a secured wing pending transport. The official viewing is yet. Official viewing. Like this is a schedule. John looks at me. Kiera. The way he says my name is different now. He's not greeting a guest. He's looking at a witness. "Hey," I say, voice small. John lowers his voice. "Stay close to your dad. Understand?" I nod. John leads us inside. The main hall feels colder than I remember. Staff move quietly, eyes down. A few wolves stand in clusters, whispering. Every conversation stops for half a beat as we pass, like our presence changes the math. Mom's spine straightens. She tries to put her social mask back on. It doesn't fit anymore. John guides us toward a side corridor, away from the main crowd. As we walk, I catch sight of Catherine. She's sitting in a parlor with a blanket around her shoulders like she's freezing from the inside. Her hair is loose, makeup gone. Her eyes stare at a point on the floor like she's afraid to look up and see reality. A maid stands nearby, hovering. Catherine looks up when we pass. Her gaze lands on me, just me for a second. And there's nothing in it. No jealousy, no judgment, no "who are you?" Just emptiness. My throat tightens. John pauses. Catherine, Arthur, and Lino are here, and Kiera. Catherine's lips part, like she wants to speak. Then she seems to remember she has to be a person. "Hi," she says, voice thin. Mom steps forward automatically, soft tone. "Honey, I'm so sorry." Catherine nods once, like she's heard those words 1,000 times already. "Thank you." Dad keeps it respectful. "I'm sorry for your loss." Catherine's eyes flicker at that word. Loss, like it's too small. John looks at me again. She can tell you what she remembers if she wants. Catherine's gaze returns to the floor. "I don't remember much," she says quietly. "It was late. The reception ended. Darren said he wanted to shower. He was tired." My stomach clenches. She swallows. "He kissed my forehead and told me to sleep. I did." Her hands twist in the blanket. "I woke up later and he wasn't in bed. I assumed he went to his office. He does that." "He's done it before," she adds, voice flat. "Late-night paperwork, calls, whatever. It was normal enough that I didn't panic." John's jaw tightens, like he's heard this already. Catherine's voice wobbles for the first time. "I didn't know. I didn't." Mom's eyes fill. "It's not your fault." Catherine looks up sharply, like that word hit her. Fault. Her gaze flicks around the room like she's searching for somewhere to put blame, somewhere to place all this pain. Then her eyes go blank again. "They won't let me near the bathroom wing," she whispers. John's face hardens. "Because it's a scene." Scene. My wolf stirs under my skin like it hates that word. Catherine's voice is barely there. I tried to go down that hall and they turned me back. John turns to us. "Come, I need to show you what's happening." We follow him down another corridor, and the closer we get to the bathroom wing, the more controlled everything becomes. There's tape, real tape, yellow like in human crime shows. John stops us at the tape line like there's an invisible wall in the air, close enough to hear, not close enough to touch anything. A human detective stands with a clipboard, talking to a uniformed officer. A wolf security chief stands opposite them, arms crossed, expression like he wants to bite someone. Human police. Wolf security. Both here. Both tense. And both very aware of who holds power in this house. John approaches, and both sides straighten like he's a ranking piece on the board. "John," the wolf security chief says, voice clipped, "you can't bring civilians here." John's eyes narrow. They're family guests. They were at the wedding. The human detective's gaze flicks to us, assessing. "We don't need more people contaminating the scene." John's smile is cold. Then keep your people from arguing in the hallway like a reality show. The detective flushes. The wolf security chief's nostrils flare. Dad steps slightly in front of me without thinking. John lowers his voice. They're competing, he mutters to Dad, like this is a sport. The wolf security chief gestures. Wolf forensics will handle prints and scent traces. Human methods miss things. The detective snaps. Your methods aren't standardized. The wolf chief smiles with no warmth. Your standards don't account for wolves. The detective's gaze flicks to the tape again. No one crosses, not even relatives. John exhales through his nose. Fine, I'm not asking to go inside. I'm asking for information. The detective hesitates, glancing toward someone deeper in the corridor like he's waiting for permission. Then he says, preliminary. It appears Alpha Darren suffered a head injury. There was water on the floor. A fall is consistent. John's jaw tightens. Consistent isn't confirmed. The detective's mouth tightens. Autopsy will confirm. Wolf security chief adds, and wolf forensics will confirm if there were other scents present. My stomach drops. Other scents. That implies suspicion. I grip my bag strap tighter. John nods, face unreadable. Thank you. He turns, guiding us away before anyone decides to throw legal terms like knives. As we retreat, I feel eyes on me. They're keeping certain relatives staged in a family holding doorway near the wing, close enough to control, far enough to claim they're not interfering. That's why Thomas is there. That's why Ben is too. I glance down the corridor and see Thomas. He's standing near that doorway, half in shadow, like he belongs there. Like he has access. His hair is messier than usual. His face is calm, but his eyes look colder. He looks at John briefly, then at me. My pulse stutters. He doesn't come closer. He just watches like he's making sure I stayed where I was told. Then another figure shifts behind him. Ben. His posture is looser than Thomas, but his eyes are tense. He looks tired, like he's been holding himself together with jokes that aren't landing. When Ben's gaze meets mine, relief flashes across his face so fast it almost hurts. He starts toward me and stops like he remembers where we are. Where grief has rules. Where eyes are everywhere. Thomas's gaze flicks to Ben. Something tight passes between them, silent, sharp. John notices too. His face hardens slightly. My heart pounds. Because suddenly it's obvious. This isn't just about Darren. It's about who stands near his body when the room goes quiet. And Thomas and Ben are standing too close to the center for comfort. John moves us down another hallway toward guest rooms we can use, away from the tape and the arguing investigators. Mom finally whispers, Kiera, why are they all looking at you? I swallow. They're not. Dad's voice is low. Yes, they are. John glances back, eyes grim. Because outsiders notice things, and because you were in the orbit. Orbit. That's a careful word for the triangle I never asked for. We reach a quieter wing. John stops us near a balcony door. Stay here, he says. I have to go handle something. Dad nods. Mom looks like she might break. John's gaze locks on mine one more time. Don't wander. Then he's gone. For the first time since we arrived, I'm alone enough to breathe, but not alone enough to feel safe. I step onto the balcony, needing air. The city skyline glows in the distance, indifferent. Wind bites my cheeks. Behind me, I hear footsteps. I turn. Ben stands there, hands in his pockets, trying to look casual in a house that feels like a funeral and a courtroom at the same time. Kiera, he says softly. My throat tightens. Ben. He exhales like he's been holding his breath all day. I'm glad you're here. That's a weird thing to say, I whisper, because glad isn't the word for this place. Ben's smile is small and sad. I mean, I'm glad you're okay. I nod. Are you? Ben's eyes flick away. Yeah, he swallows. He was my alpha. That hits. Even if Ben jokes, even if he acts like nobody cares about him, this is still Pack. Family, structure. I'm sorry, I say quietly. Ben nods once, jaw tight. Thanks. Silence stretches between us, heavy. Then Ben's gaze shifts past me and tightens. I follow it. Thomas stands in the doorway now, watching us like a guard who never clocks out. Ben's shoulders lift, subtle defensive energy. Thomas steps onto the balcony, not close, but present. Your father, Thomas asks me. Inside, I say. Thomas nods. Good. Ben's voice goes sharp. You keep saying that like she's a child. Thomas doesn't look at him. I keep saying it because people move pieces when they think no one's paying attention. Ben's jaw tightens, and you're paying attention. Thomas finally looks at Ben. Yes. The air between them crackles like it wants to turn into claws. I step forward, forcing my voice steady. What is happening? Neither of them answers right away. That's the answer. Ben exhales, trying to soften. Kiera, it's complicated. Thomas's eyes hold mine. Stay close to your family. Don't let anyone isolate you. My skin prickles. Why? Thomas pauses, just a beat. Then he says, because Darren's death changes things. My heart pounds. Changes what? Thomas doesn't answer. He just looks away, jaw tight. From inside the house, I hear voices. Older, sharper, whispered like secrets are currency. The voices drift from the corridor just inside the balcony door, close enough that even a human could catch the edges of it if they stopped breathing long enough. I catch fragments through the cracked balcony door. No air. Tradition. Young blood. I freeze. My stomach turns cold. Because now I understand the shape of it, even if I don't know the full rule. If there's no air. Tradition. Young blood. This isn't just grief. It's a power vacuum. And wolves don't leave vacuums empty. Ben's gaze flicks to my face, reading my reaction. You heard that. I swallow. Yeah. Thomas's voice is low, controlled. Now you know why you lock doors. My breath catches. Not because of the hotel. Because of this. Because when power shifts, people stop smiling like knives and start using the blade. I look from Ben to Thomas, comfort on one side, gravity on the other, and my chest tightens with a dread I can't name. Somewhere deeper in the estate, someone is crying. Somewhere else, someone is already planning. And I'm standing in the middle of it, again, wishing I could pretend I'm just a college girl from a small town. But knowing I'm not getting that luxury anymore. That night, when I finally lie down in a guest room that doesn't feel like mine, I keep my phone in my hand like it's a weapon. Ben's earlier always echoes in my chest. Thomas's don't wander sits like a command. And the whispers, no air, tradition, young blood, keep circling my mind like wolves in the dark. I lock the door anyway. Twice. Chapter 7. Thin walls, sharp ears. I wake up like I'm coming out of a fight. Not the kind with fists, worse. The kind where you don't swing once, but you still go down exhausted. For a second, I don't know where I am. The ceiling is too high. The curtains are too expensive. The air smells like clean linen and old money. Then my brain catches up, and the dread returns like it never left. Darren is dead. I sit up slowly, listening. No music, no laughter, no wedding chaos. Just soft, controlled quiet. The kind of quiet that means everyone is awake and watching. My phone is on the nightstand, screen dark. I don't touch it right away. I stare at the lock on the door instead, because last night I locked it twice like I was trying to make a promise to myself. I swing my legs out of bed and pad to the bathroom. The marble under my feet is cold enough to snap me fully awake. As I wash my face, I look at my own reflection and feel annoyed at how normal I look. Same messy hair, same tired eyes, same small-town girl face. Like I could be getting ready for a college lecture, not a house full of grieving wolves ready to turn tragedy into a throne. I brush my teeth and keep listening for footsteps. Nothing. When I step back into the room, I check the door again. It's still locked, still solid. Then I finally grab my phone. 2 messages from Ben. Ben, you good? Ben, if you need me today, say the word. And one from Thomas. Thomas, statement day, choose words carefully. I stare at that until my pulse starts doing stupid things. No good morning. No, I'm sorry. Just a warning that sounds like a command. I hate that part of me likes it. I type back to Ben first because my fingers want warmth. Kiera, I'm up, nervous. Are you okay? I hesitate on Thomas's message, then type. Kiera, I'm not trying to start a war. Just tell me what I should avoid saying. I hover, then hit send before I can overthink it. My stomach twists as soon as it leaves my phone, like I just admitted I care what he thinks. I'm pulling on jeans and a soft sweater when there's a knock on the door. 2 quick taps, then silence. Not staff, not casual. It's my dad. Kiera, Dad says through the door. Breakfast, John, here. I exhale, relief sliding in. Okay. When I open the door, there's a guard down the hall. Wolf security, black suit, earpiece, expression blank. He isn't blocking me. He's just there. Like a reminder. Dad notices too, because Dad notices everything now. His jaw tightens. They posted someone. Yeah, I whisper. Dad keeps his voice low. Stay close. We walk together toward the small dining room in the quiet wing. Mom is already there, sitting too straight like she's afraid to touch anything. John stands by the window with a coffee he clearly hasn't tasted. His eyes flick to us the moment we enter. Kiera, he says, relief and exhaustion tangled together. Hey, I say, and my voice comes out smaller than I want. John looks at Dad. Thank you for coming. Dad nods. You said walls have ears. John's mouth tightens. They do. Mom swallows. What's happening today? John rubs a hand over his face. Statements. Both teams are taking them. Human detective wants clean timelines. Wolf forensics wants motives. Motives. My stomach drops. John's gaze flicks to me. You're on the list. Of course I am, I mutter. John lowers his voice. Listen, say what you know, stick to facts, don't say names you can't prove. Mom leans forward, but if she suspects. John cuts her off gently, but firmly. Suspicions will get her eaten alive in this house. Mom's mouth snaps shut. Dad's eyes harden. Who's pushing? John doesn't answer directly, which tells me everything. Instead he says, security will escort you to the sitting room when it's time. Escort. I try not to let that word get under my skin. Is Catherine okay? I ask. John's face tightens. She's existing, that's about it. Mom's eyes soften for once. Poor thing. John nods once. Yeah. A staff member enters quietly and sets plates down like grief is a schedule. Eggs, fruit, toast. I stare at the food and feel weirdly angry. How can anybody eat? Dad forces himself to take a bite anyway because Dad believes in function. Mom picks at hers. John doesn't eat at all. What about the bathroom? I ask carefully. Any updates? John's eyes flick around the room like he's checking for ears, even here. Then he says, still taped off, still being processed. Autopsy is scheduled. My stomach tightens, so it might not be an accident. John's mouth goes thin. It might be, it might not. Dad's voice is low. Who had access to that wing? John's gaze sharpens at that question. A lot of people, staff, close relatives, security, Darren himself. Mom whispers, but who was there after the wedding? John's jaw tightens. That's what the statements are for. I take a sip of water to steady myself. The glass is too heavy, too expensive. It all feels like props for a stage I didn't audition for. John's phone buzzes. He checks it, face tightening. They're ready for her. My stomach drops. John gestures toward the doorway. Come on, I'll walk you there. Dad stands immediately. I'm going with her. John nods. Of course. Mom starts to rise too. John shakes his head gently. Not you. Too many people makes it look like influence. Mom's face reddens, offended. But Dad doesn't argue. He just squeezes Mom's shoulder once. Stay here. Mom nods stiffly, eyes shiny. John leads us through the hallway toward a sitting room that looks like it was designed for polite negotiations and quiet threats. 2 guards stand outside. Inside, the human detective is at a table with a folder, and beside him is a wolf forensics rep. Woman, sharp eyes, hair pulled back tight, expression like she's counting lies. The detective looks up. Kiera Voss. I blink. I didn't realize they had my last name ready. Yeah. Have a seat, he says. Dad starts to step in fully. The detective's gaze flicks to him. We'll allow a parent present, but he doesn't answer for you. Dad's jaw tightens, but he sits in the corner chair like a silent wall. John remains by the door like a chaperone. The wolf forensics rep studies me like she can smell nerves. I'm Detective Harlow, the human says, flipping open the folder. This is analyst Reyes from the PAC's forensic unit. Reyes gives me a short nod. Harlow's voice stays neutral. You were at Alpha Darren's wedding events, correct? Yes. And you left the property the same night as most guests? Yes. Reyes tilts her head slightly. Did you see Alpha Darren after the reception ended? I swallow. No, I saw him during the party, not after. Harlow makes a note. Tell me about the incident at the hotel after you left the venue. My pulse spikes. I keep my voice steady. Someone tried to enter our hotel room using a staff-issued keycard. Harlow's pen pauses. Staff-issued. Yes, I say. Wolf security pulled it off him. Reyes' eyes sharpen. A wolf security team was present at a human hotel. Yeah, I say, because of course they were. Thomas was there too. Dad shifts slightly in his chair. I feel his tension spike. Harlow's gaze lifts. Thomas who? I keep my face neutral. Thomas, a guest at the wedding. Reyes watches me. Last name. My stomach tightens. I realize I don't actually know his last name. I don't know, I admit. Harlow's mouth tightens. You don't know the last name of the man you're bringing into this statement. I feel heat rise in my cheeks, half embarrassment, half anger. I'm not bringing him in, I say, steady. He appeared. He told the man to stop reaching into his pocket. Security was already there. Reyes' gaze doesn't soften. What did the intruder say? I keep it factual because John warned me. He said a woman told him it was a prank, that the small-town girl would scream. Reyes' eyes narrow. Did he name the woman? No. Harlow leans forward. Did you suspect anyone? My mouth goes dry. John's warning echoes. Don't say names you can't prove. So I choose the truth that doesn't hang someone. I suspected it was connected to the wedding, I say carefully, because the man knew who I was and because it felt targeted. Harlow's pen scratches. Targeted how? I swallow. Like someone wanted me scared, like someone wanted me embarrassed. Reyes studies my face. Were you embarrassed at the wedding? My jaw tightens. Yes. Reyes' eyes sharpen. By whom? I inhale slowly. I was tripped, I say, careful. A woman aligned with Mailna set it up. Mailna used it to gossip. Harlow's gaze lifts. Mailna who? I don't know her last name either, I say, frustration creeping in. She's a wealthy guest, social circle. Rhea Smith tightens. Do you know how dangerous it is to throw names without proof? I meet her eyes. I'm not accusing her of killing Darren. I'm describing a pattern of behavior that happened in front of witnesses. John's posture loosens, slightly like he's proud of that phrasing. Harlow writes more. Did you see Alpha Darren scold anyone? Yes, I say. He scolded Mailna after I fell. Reyes taps her pen once. Why would she target you? Because I'm easy. Because I'm poor compared to them. Because I exist. I shrug, keeping it clean. Because my family wasn't welcome. Harlow glances at John. Mr. John. John's voice is calm but firm. Kiera is giving her statement, not me. Harlow returns to me. Do you believe this hotel incident is connected to Alpha Darren's death? My stomach twists again. I choose the only honest answer. I don't know, I say, but the timing is weird. Reyes watches me, expression unreadable. Did Thomas ever threaten you? What? I blink. Harlow's voice stays neutral. Did he threaten you or intimidate you in any way? My heart slams. Is this about Thomas? Is this them fishing? I keep my face neutral. No. Reyes leans back slightly, like she's weighing my answer. Harlow flips a page. Did Ben? My pulse spikes again. Ben. Reyes' eyes flick sharp. Ben is also on the guest list. You interacted with him. I swallow. He was friendly. Harlow doesn't look up when he says it, like it's routine paperwork. We need to document personal connections, Ms. Voss, anything that could influence what you noticed or who might approach you. Harlow's tone stays flat, romantically friendly. Heat floods my face. John shifts by the door, tension in his shoulders. Dad's gaze hardens. I keep my voice calm. No, he was respectful. He checked on me after I fell, that's it. It's not the full truth, not emotionally, but it's not a lie either. Harlow watches me for a long beat, then closes the folder slightly. That will be all for now. If we need clarification, you'll be called again. Reyes adds, stay in designated areas, no wandering. There's that word again. Wandering. Like I'm a toddler who might fall into a fountain. I stand slowly. Can I ask a question? Harlow's eyes lift. Depends. Is it confirmed where Darren fell? I ask. Reyes' expression tightens. Bathroom. Harlow adds, shower area, wet floor. My stomach drops. Was there a mat? I ask before I can stop myself. Reyes' gaze sharpens like I just stepped on a landmine. Why would you ask that? I swallow. Because people put mats down, that's normal. Harlow watches me. We're not discussing evidence. Reyes' eyes hold mine. Don't go hunting for answers, Kiera. My jaw tightens. I'm not. I tell them I'm not hunting for answers. Then my ears do it anyway. But we both know I am. Dad stands, placing himself at my side like a shield. John steps aside, guiding us out before I say something that gets me burned. As soon as we leave the sitting room, my phone buzzes. Thomas. Thomas, do not ask about bathroom specifics again. I stare at the message, fury rising fast. I type, why? It's a normal question. 3 dots. Thomas, because it tells them where your mind is. My chest tightens. That's annoyingly smart. I don't reply. We walk back toward the quiet wing, but as we pass the corridor near the bathroom wing, I hear voices, staff voices, low and tense. Told you that handle sticks. No, it's not the handle, it's the damn rain shower. And the mat was moved, I swear. I slow instinctively. Dad's hand touches my elbow. Kiera. But my wolf instincts pull me like a hook. I angle my head, listening. A maintenance guy in a dark uniform is whispering to a maid. They don't see me at first. The marble gets slick, the maid says, voice shaking. It's always slick. The maintenance guy mutters, then why was the mat not? He stops mid-sentence, eyes lifting. He sees me. His face goes blank fast. Sorry, I say automatically, like I'm the one intruding. He nods stiffly and backs away like he didn't just say something important. I stand there, heart pounding, trying to hold on to the words. Handle sticks, rain shower, mat was moved. Dad's voice is low. You heard enough, move. I swallow and nod, letting Dad guide me away. But my brain is already replaying it. Before my thoughts can spiral, I see them. Thomas stands near the family holding, doorway again close enough to control. far enough to claim he's not interfering. Ben is there too, leaning slightly against the wall, posture casual, eyes not casual at all. When Ben sees me, his face softens with relief again. Thomas's gaze goes straight to my face, then flicks briefly to Dad, like he's checking my escort. Ben steps forward. You okay? Define okay, I mutter. Ben's mouth twitches. Fair. Thomas's voice is low. What did you say in there? I blink, irritation spiking. Excuse me. Thomas's eyes hold mine. Your statement. Ben's posture tightens protective. Dude. I said facts. I snap at Thomas. Because my nerves need a target. I didn't accuse anyone. I described the hotel incident. That's it. Thomas's jaw shifts. Good. I glare. Good, like you're gratting me. Thomas doesn't soften. Like you're still alive. My chest tightens stupidly. Ben watches me, then glances at Thomas with a faint edge in his smile. He's got one setting. Thomas cuts his eyes at him, and you have too many. Ben's eyes flash. Then he reins it in like he promised himself not to start something in the hallway. I look between them and feel that awful tug again, warmth on one side, gravity on the other. A soft laugh drifts down the main hall. Torres. She appears like she has a built-in spotlight, even in morning colors. Dark dress, perfect hair, eyes bright in a way that does not match the house's grief. She spots Thomas immediately. Of course she does. And she walks straight toward him like she's following a plan. My stomach tightens. Torres stops in front of Thomas, voice soft. Thomas. He gives her a polite nod, nothing more. Torres's eyes travel over him like she's checking inventory. I'm so sorry about Darren. This is awful. Thomas's face doesn't change. It is. Torres leans in slightly, lowering her voice like they're sharing intimacy. Are you holding up? Thomas's gaze stays steady. I'm fine. Torres's smile flickers, then returns brighter. You always say that. Ben shifts beside me and murmurs. She's working fast. I keep my eyes on Torres, jaw tight. Yeah. Torres's hand lifts. She doesn't touch Thomas, but she comes close enough to be a suggestion. If you need anything at all, you know I'm here. Thomas's eyes don't soften. Noted. Torres's smile tightens at the refusal, but she doesn't back down. She pivots slightly, angling herself so anyone walking by can see she's speaking to him. Performing. My skin prickles with jealousy. I don't want. Why do I care? I barely know him. And yet my chest feels hot like someone lit a match in it. Torres tilts her head. People keep whispering about tradition, she says softly, eyes bright. I don't even know what it means, but they're definitely watching the young ones. Thomas's gaze sharpens for half a second. Barely there, but I catch it. Then his voice stays flat. People whisper when they're bored. Torres laughs softly. No one is bored right now. Her eyes flick toward me for the first time, landing like a deliberate choice. Then she smiles like she's being polite. Kiara. I force my face neutral. Torres. Torres's gaze sweeps me my simple sweater, my plain hair, my small town everything, and her smile stays sweet. I'm glad you came back, she says. My stomach tightens. It didn't feel like a choice. Torres laughs lightly. Nothing feels like a choice in a house like this. I hate how true that is. Torres shifts her attention right back to Thomas like I'm a side dish. If you need someone to talk to. Thomas cuts in calmly. I don't. Torres's smile freezes, then reforms. Okay, tough guy. She lingers 1 second longer, then glides away like she didn't just get shut down in public. My heart is pounding. Ben leans closer. You good? No, I whisper because I'm tired of pretending. I'm not. Thomas's gaze stays on Torres as she leaves, then flicks back to me. His voice is quiet. Don't let her bait you. I snap. I'm not bait. Thomas's expression doesn't change, but his eyes sharpen. Then stop reacting like she can control your pulse. My face burns. Ben coughs like he's choking on laughter. Okay, that's. Thomas cuts his eyes at him. Not funny. Ben's grin fades, but he doesn't look offended. He just looks tired. A cluster of women passes down the hall, whispering behind manicured hands. I catch pieces. Small town girl. Attached. She kissed him. What does she think she's doing? My blood turns ice. Ben's jaw tightens. Dad's posture hardens. Thomas's gaze goes cold. And that's when I see Malna in the background, standing with two other women, smiling like she's watching her work spread. She doesn't come close. She doesn't accuse. She just enjoys. Dad's voice is low. John warned us. I swallow hard. They're talking about me. Ben's voice is gentle. They talk about everyone. Thomas's voice is flat. They talk to steer outcomes. Outcomes. My stomach tightens again. I want to scream. Instead, I turn and walk away before my face gives me away. Dad follows immediately. Ben hesitates, then follows too, just a few steps behind like he's trying to give me space. Thomas stays near the holding doorway, where security wants him. Where control is easiest. I end up in a quiet nook off the hallway, breathing hard like I ran. Mom appears, eyes wide, grabbing my arm lightly. Kiera. Mom, I say, voice tight. Mom's mouth trembles. A woman approached me. My skin goes cold. Who? Mom swallows. I don't know her name. She was dressed like she owned the house. That's half the women here. She asked me questions, Mom whispers. About you, about Thomas, about Ben. My chest tightens with anger, and you answered. Mom flinches like I slapped her. No, I didn't, not really. I said you're just young and confused. My jaw tightens. Mom. Tears flash in her eyes. I didn't know what to do. She was smiling the whole time like it was friendly, but it didn't feel friendly. I inhale slowly, forcing myself to calm down. Okay, I say, softer. Okay, you didn't do anything wrong. Mom's voice drops. They're saying Darren had no heir. My stomach flips. Mom squeezes my arm. They're saying tradition picks someone else. I swallow hard. Who? Mom shakes her head quickly. They didn't say names, not directly, just young blood and unmarried and the cousins. My pulse spikes. Ben and Thomas. My throat goes dry. Mom whispers, Kiera, be careful. They're looking at you like you matter to their decision. I stare at her. I don't matter. Mom's eyes fill. In a house like this, anything attached to power matters. My stomach churns. I hear footsteps, and Ben appears at the corner, expression concerned. He stops short when he sees Mom. You okay? He asks me. I nod, not trusting my voice. Mom wipes her eyes fast, embarrassed. I'm fine. Ben's gaze flicks to her gentle. This place is intense. Mom lets out a shaky laugh. That's one word. Ben steps closer to me, lowering his voice. If they're whispering, don't listen too hard. It'll mess with your head. I snort bitterly. Too late. Ben's smile is small. Yeah, same. Before I can reply, a guard appears at the end of the hallway. Kiera Voss. My stomach drops. Yes. Mr. John requests you in the quiet dining room. Dad appears behind me instantly, like he was summoned by my fear. We're coming. The guard nods and walks away. I exhale slowly, trying to steady myself. Ben's hand lifts like he wants to touch my shoulder. Then he stops himself and just says quietly, I'll be around. I nod, thanks. As Ben walks away, my phone buzzes. Thomas, do not let Malna's circle isolate your mother again. My stomach tightens. I type back before I can stop myself. How do you know that happened? 3 dots. Then, because I'm paying attention. My chest tightens. I hate him a little for being right. In the dining room, John is waiting with a tight expression, coffee untouched again. He looks at me. They're already spinning stories. I noticed, I say, voice flat. John exhales. Good, that means you're not naive. Dad's eyes harden. Who's spinning? John's gaze flicks toward the hall. Mailna's circle, Torres's circle, people who want influence. I swallow. Influence over what? John holds my gaze for a long beat, then says carefully, over what happens next. That's not an answer, but it's enough. John lowers his voice. Listen to me. You do not confront Mailna. You do not confront Torres. You do not accuse anyone. You stay clean. My jaw tightens. I'm not trying to be a hero. John's eyes soften slightly. Good, because heroes die in houses like this. That sentence chills me. John's phone buzzes again. He checks it, grim. They're calling Thomas and Ben for Prince. It's standard, but people will treat it like guilt. My stomach drops. Dad's voice is low. Prince for a fall. John's jaw tightens. Standard procedure. I swallow hard, mind racing. Thomas's earlier warning echoes. Choose words carefully. Ben always echoes too. I feel pulled in two directions, and I hate that my heart even has room for romance right now. When I finally return to my room later, the hallway is quieter, like the house is holding its breath. I step inside and lock the door automatically. Once, then twice. My chest rises and falls too fast. I set my phone down, then freeze. Something is on the bed. A small folded piece of paper. No envelope. No name. My blood turns cold. I look at the door, half expecting it to swing open. It doesn't. I step closer, fingers shaking, and pick up the paper. 4 words, written in clean block letters. Stop CHOSNG wrong. My throat tightens. I flip it over. On the back, another line. Or you'll fall too. My hands go numb. Fall. Bathroom. Wet floor. My stomach churns hard enough, I think I might throw up. Someone wants me scared. Someone wants me pointed in a direction. Someone got into my room, or someone had staff do it, without breaking a single lock. And the sick part is, locks mean nothing when staff keys and master access exist, when private is just a word rich people use until it's inconvenient. I stare at the note until my vision blurs. Then I grab my phone, fingers flying, and stop. Ben or Thomas? Comfort or control? I hate that those are my options. I take a shaky breath and type one message, short, careful. Kiera, someone left a note on my bed. I didn't open the door. I didn't let anyone in. I hover, then send it to John. Because right now, he's the only safe that isn't tangled up in my heartbeat. I sit on the edge of the bed, note still in my hand, and listen to the quiet. This house doesn't need claws to hurt you. It uses whispers. It uses doors that open when they shouldn't. It uses fear shaped like tradition. And I don't know who wrong is. But I know one thing for sure. I'm not leaving this story clean anymore. Chapter 8, Teeth in the Hall. The note is still in my hand when Dad knocks. Not a polite tap, not a gentle check-in. The kind that says he already knows something is wrong. Kiera, his voice comes through the door. Open up. My fingers tighten around the paper until it creases. I take one breath, shove it into my hoodie pocket like I can hide it from the world, and then immediately hate myself for pretending anything in this house stays hidden. I unlock the door. Dad steps in fast, eyes scanning the corners like he expects someone to be standing in them. His gaze lands on my bed, then the floor, then the bathroom door. What is it? He asks low. I pull the note back out and hand it to him without a word. He reads it once. Then again. His jaw clamps like he's trying to bite down rage. Where did you get this? He asks. It was on my bed, I whisper. I lock the door twice. Dad's eyes flick to the lock like he wants to fight it. You open the door for anyone. No. The silence after that is heavy. He's thinking what I'm thinking. Then someone has a way in. Dad pulls his phone out and types one-handed, fast. John, he mutters. and I can hear the anger in the way he says the name, like he expects John to have answers even if John doesn't deserve that responsibility. My phone buzzes too, Ben. I don't open it, not because I don't want to, but because my nerves are too loud to add anything else. Dad's screen lights, on my way. A moment later, there's a knock, 2 taps firm. Dad crosses the room and opens the door without asking. John stands there in the same wrinkled suit like he slept in it. His eyes look worse today, like someone scraped the shine out of them. He steps in and closes the door behind him. What happened? John asks, already reading my face. Dad hands him the note. John reads it once, expression tightening, then flips it over and reads it again slower. He doesn't look surprised. He looks like he's been waiting for proof that this house isn't just grieving, it's hunting. Okay, John says. His voice stays controlled, but his fingers tighten on the paper. This stays with me. I blink. You're taking it. Yes, he says. This is intimidation, it's evidence. Dad's voice turns hard. How did it get in here? John's mouth goes flat. Staff access, master keys, or someone with authority. I feel sick. I knew it in my head, but hearing it out loud makes my skin crawl. John pulls his phone out, turns his camera on, and takes 2 quick photos, front and back, like he's done this before. Then he slips the note into a clear evidence sleeve from his folder and seals it with a strip of tape. Chain stays clean, he says like he's talking to himself. Then he looks at me. Did you tell anyone besides your father? No. Good, he says immediately. Your mother doesn't need this. Dad nods once. John's gaze shifts to the door. I'm posting a guard. My spine stiffens. There was already one down the hall. John doesn't argue the feeling behind my words. You'll have one outside your door, not down the hall, outside your door. My chest heats. That's not protection, I say, voice sharp. That's containment. John's eyes flick to me, sharp and honest. It's both. Dad steps closer, protective. She's not a prisoner. John meets his eyes. No, she's a pressure point. That sentence hits me right in the ribs. John lowers his voice. They'll try to use her. Gossip, romance, fear, whatever works, that note proves it. My throat tightens. Who is? John's expression doesn't change. If I knew, I'd already have them in a room with guards. He exhales, then nods at the door. Get dressed, eat something, then we're checking on Catherine. My stomach drops at her name. John's gaze softens just a fraction. She might remember something small. Small details matter. Dad nods. We're coming. John opens the door. A guard appears like he was waiting for a cue. Wolf security, black suit, blank face, earpiece. John murmurs something to him. The guard nods once and positions himself outside my door, arms crossed, staring forward like I'm a locked exhibit. I stare at him and feel heat rise in my chest. I'm not a child. But in this place, I'm treated like a piece that can be moved without asking. Dad's hand touches my shoulder. We'll handle this, he says. I want to believe him. But the note already proved someone handled me first. Breakfast tastes like cardboard. Mom is at the quiet dining room table, pale and tight around the mouth like she's trying not to embarrass herself by being scared. When she sees me, her eyes search my face like she's looking for cracks. Hi, baby, she says, trying to sound normal. Hey, I say softly. John doesn't sit. He stands near the window again like he can't let himself relax. Dad stays close to me like a wall. Mom glances at John. Any updates? John's jaw shifts. Yes. My stomach twists. John looks at Dad. Both teams recovered partial prints. Dad's eyes narrow. From where? John answers like he's repeating something official, not gossip. Ray's briefed me. Harlow did too, separately because they're competing. His mouth goes thin. They lifted partial prints from Darren's clothing and skin contact areas, also from nearby surfaces. Their running matches fast. Mom's fingers twist in her napkin. What does that mean? if there are prints. It means someone touched him, John says. After he fell, before he was found, or while he was being moved. Dad's voice goes low, or staged. John doesn't deny it. He just says, yes. Mom's face tightens. Who are they testing? John hesitates just long enough for my stomach to drop, then says carefully, key relatives, close staff, security, anyone with plausible access. And yes, Thomas and Ben are included. My heartbeat spikes at both names like my body can't decide which one to protect. That's standard, right? I say, forcing my voice calm. Like procedure. John's mouth goes thin. Standard procedure becomes a weapon when people want it to. Dad's jaw clenches. So you're warning us? John nods. Keep Kiara clean. Keep her words clean. Keep her movements predictable. I hate that sentence. I hate it more because I understand why he's saying it. John checks his phone. Catherine is awake. Mom swallows. Poor girl. John's gaze sharpens. We're going. Catherine's parlor is warm, but it feels cold anyway. She sits on the couch with a blanket around her shoulders like she's trying to hold herself together with fabric. Her hair is loose. Her eyes look hollow, like she's staring through time instead of at the room. The maid standing nearby stiffens when John enters, then lowers her gaze politely. Catherine looks up slowly. John, she whispers. John's face softens in a way I haven't seen from him yet. Catherine. He gestures toward me. This is Kiara. She wanted to check on you. Catherine's gaze lands on me, and for a second something sharp flickers. Pain, maybe, or jealousy, or just the sting of being reminded other people still get to be normal. Then it dulls again. Hi, she says quietly. I step forward carefully. Hi, I'm so sorry. Catherine's mouth trembles. Everyone says that. I know, I whisper, but I mean it. John sits across from her, posture controlled. Catherine, we won't keep you long. We just need to ask about last night. Any detail you remember. Catherine stares at the blanket like it might answer for her. He was tired, she says finally. He kept rubbing his forehead like he had a headache. My wolf stirs under my skin. Catherine continues, voice soft. He said the reception drained him. He wanted a shower. She pauses, breath shaky. He kissed my forehead, told me to sleep. Her voice cracks on the last word. It hurts. It hurts in a way that doesn't feel dramatic. It feels real. John asks quietly, when you woke up, what did you notice? Catherine swallows. He wasn't there. I assumed he went to his office. He does that. I can see the way she's punishing herself for not panicking sooner. John keeps it gentle. Did you go looking? Catherine's gaze flicks away. I tried. John's eyes sharpen. You tried. Catherine nods once small. I got up. I walked to the hallway. I asked a maid if she'd seen him. The maid in the room stiffens slightly. Catherine rushes, voice shaking. Not you, a different one. The maid exhales quietly, relief mixed with fear. Catherine continues. She told me to rest, that Darren was probably in his office and didn't want to be disturbed. A cold feeling slides down my spine. John's voice stays neutral, but I hear the steel under it. Did she say why? Catherine shakes her head. She was smiling, like she was doing me a favor. My throat tightens. I lean in carefully. Catherine, can I ask you something? Catherine's eyes lift slowly. Was there usually a mat in the bathroom? I ask softly. Like in the shower area. Catherine stares into space, reconstructing a room she didn't want to enter. There's usually one, she whispers. My heart stutters. A dark one, she adds, voice trembling. Darren hated wet marble. He used to complain about slipping. John's gaze sharpens. Do you remember seeing it last night? Catherine shakes her head. No, I didn't go in. Her eyes fill, and he had a towel. I blink. A towel. She nods. He threw it over his shoulder, like he didn't care about anything. I store that detail like it's currency. John stands smoothly. Thank you, Catherine. Catherine looks up at him, eyes pleading. Was he scared? The question drops into the room like thunder. John's face tightens. We don't know. Catherine's eyes crumple. If he slipped, he must have been alone. My throat burns. I step closer and take her hand. Her fingers are cold. I'm sorry, I whisper, because there's nothing else that fits. Catherine squeezes my hand weakly, then lets go like she's afraid to hold on to anyone. John guides us out. In the hallway, Dad's voice is low. A maid told her to rest. John's jaw tightens. Yeah. Mom whispers, that's not normal. John doesn't answer, but his eyes sharpen like he's already putting faces to possibilities. The main hall is louder today, not with music but with whispers. Clusters of wolves stand in tight circles like they're guarding secrets. They pause when we pass, then start again like we're just another storyline. I catch pieces. Prince. Match. Tradition. Young blood. My stomach knots. Near the family holding doorway, I see them. Ben leans against the wall like he's pretending to be relaxed. His hair is a little wilder than usual, but his eyes are sharp. When he sees me, his expression softens instantly, like relief is a habit now. Thomas stands straight, controlled, hands loosely at his sides. His eyes are colder today, focused like he's bracing for impact. When he looks at me, it's like the noise in the hall drops a notch. Torres hovers nearby, not close enough to look obvious, close enough to watch. Like she's waiting for the moment to slide into whatever space opens. And Milna, farther back, stands with her circle, half smiling like she's watching her favorite show get good. Ben pushes off the wall and steps toward me first. Hey. Hey, I whisper. His gaze flicks over my face like he's checking for damage. You okay? I almost laugh. Instead I say, define okay. Ben's mouth twitches. Fair. Thomas's voice cuts in low. You spoke to Catherine. It isn't a question. I bristle. John brought us. Thomas's gaze flicks to my parents, then back to me. Good. That word hits my nerves like a match. Ben glances between us, then murmurs like he's trying to keep it light. Everybody, saying good today like we're in a report card era. Thomas's gaze slides to Ben. Some people see consequences, some people see entertainment. Ben's smile tightens, and some people see a chance to act like they're better than everyone. Thomas doesn't deny it. A guard approaches and speaks quietly to Thomas, then to Ben. Ben's face tightens. Again. The guard nods. Thomas's expression stays controlled. Fine. Ben looks at me, apologetic. If you need me. I know, I whisper. Ben hesitates like he wants to say more, then nods and steps back. Thomas doesn't move yet. His gaze holds mine for a beat longer than it should. Stay where your father can see you, he says quietly. My jaw tightens. Stop ordering me. Thomas's eyes don't soften. Stop giving this house reasons. Heat rises in my chest, anger and something else tangled together. I want to snap back, but my wolf knows he's not wrong. Thomas turns and follows the guard. Ben follows too, glancing back at me once like he's trying to anchor me to something kind. My parents linger with me near the edge of the hall. Mom whispers, that Torres girl keeps watching. I swallow. I noticed. Dad's gaze stays hard. Don't engage. I nod. But my eyes keep tracking the doorway where Thomas disappeared, and I hate myself for it. A ripple moves through the crowd, whispers getting louder, bodies shifting like they're pulling towards something. Then Thomas and Ben return. Together. Same corridor. Same family holding space. And the moment they're within a few steps of each other, the air changes. Ben mutters something under his breath, probably about being summoned like a dog. Thomas hears him anyway. Thomas stops, turns slightly, and says something too quiet for me to catch. Ben's shoulders tighten. I take one step forward, instinct prickling. What is happening? Dad's hand hovers near my elbow like he's ready. Thomas speaks again, still low, but his tone cuts, like he's poking a bruise on purpose. Ben's head snaps up, Say it again. Thomas's mouth tilts, not quite a smile. You heard me. Ben's hands curl at his sides. The crowd senses it instantly. Wolves are like that. They smell tension like smoke. Torres shifts closer, eyes bright. Milna's smile widens, just slightly. Ben steps toward Thomas. You think you can talk to me like that because everybody likes your face? Thomas's gaze is flat. I think you'll do anything to be noticed. Ben's eyes flash. I move forward without thinking. Ben. Ben doesn't look at me. His attention is locked on Thomas like a target. Thomas's gaze flicks to me for half a second, and I swear there's warning in it. Then he turns back to Ben and says something that finally breaks Ben's restraint. You want what the room keeps staring at, Thomas says, voice calm, and it's making you sloppy. That's it. Ben's control snaps. He shoves Thomas. Not a playful shove, not a warning shove. A real one that makes Thomas stagger back a step. The crowd sucks in a breath. Security starts moving. Wolf voices flare from the circle, older men barking pack business, like it's a shield. The guards hesitate for a heartbeat, caught between stopping it and sparking a bigger brawl in a house already on edge. John's face hardens as he pushes forward, trying to cut it off without setting the whole hall on fire. Dad's grip catches my arm. Kiera, no. But my wolf is already surging. Thomas steadies himself, eyes cold. He doesn't shove back immediately, which makes the shove look worse for Ben, and I think Thomas knows that. Ben's chest rises, eyes burning. Say one more thing. Thomas's voice stays flat. Prove my point. Ben growls, an actual sound, low and animal. Then he shifts. It's fast, fluid, brutal in its elegance. One second he's a man, the next he's a wolf, big, dark-coated, muscle rippling under fur, eyes bright with heat. Shifting is normal in this world. Humans know wolves exist. People shift in public. No one screams. But the way Ben shifts, angry, uncontrolled, makes the hall feel like a cage. Thomas doesn't flinch. He shifts too. His wolf is lighter in color, silver brown, sleek, built for speed more than brute power, beautiful and dangerous in a different way. The crowd parts in a wide circle like this is a ring they've been craving. Security tries to step in, but wolves in the crowd shout, "Let them!" And it's pack business. And the human police at the far end stiffen, hands hovering near equipment, unsure whether to intervene or watch. John breaks through the crowd at the edge of the circle, jaw clenched. Stop this. But it's already moving. Ben lunges first. Thomas dodges, fast, sharp, then snaps back, teeth catching fur, not flesh, controlled. Ben slams into him anyway. Pure power, pure weight. Thomas hits the polished floor, slides, claws scraping for traction. My heart pounds, so hard it feels like it's trying to break out of my ribs. Ben, I shout, voice shaking. Stop. Ben doesn't hear me, or he hears and doesn't care. He's locked into something hotter than logic. He pounces again, jaws snapping. Thomas twists, takes the hit along his shoulder. Fur tears, a line of red flashes. My stomach flips. Thomas tries to rise, but Ben is on him again, stronger. He pins Thomas for a second, forcing him down. The crowd's energy spikes, some cheering, some gasping, some whispering names like this is sport. Torres watches with bright, hungry eyes. Milna's circle leans in like they're taking notes. I can't take it. My wolf surges up so hard, feels like my skin can't hold her. Dad's voice snaps, Kiera. But I'm already moving. I shift. The change hits like a wave, bones reorganizing, senses exploding, the world sharpening into scent and sound. My paws hit the floor, claws clicking. I'm smaller than both of them, not weak, just not built like a battering ram. But I don't need to overpower them. I need to interrupt. I barrel into the space between them, snapping my jaws at Ben, not to bite, just to shock. Ben jerks back, startled. Thomas scrambles up, breathing hard, blood at his shoulder, eyes sharp even in pain. I plant myself between them, hackles up. Ben growls at me, furious. I growl back. The sound rips out of my chest like a warning flare. Not her, not here, not like this. Ben hesitates. For half a second, I see the man behind the wolf, Ben's eyes flicking with awareness. And that half second is enough. Thomas steps back deliberately, then shifts back to human right there in the circle, calm move, strategic move. He stands, shirt torn at the shoulder, blood streaking his skin, and holds both hands out in a clear signal. I'm done, he says, voice steady. Stop. Ben's wolf paces, chest heaving. He looks like he wants to keep going. Then security finally crashes in, wolf guards first, then human officers edging closer, cameras out, documenting. John's voice cuts through, furious. Enough. Ben shifts back, breathing hard, hair wild, eyes blazing with anger and something close to shame. He stares at Thomas's bleeding shoulder, then at me. His gaze softens for a split second, like he remembers I'm not a battlefield. Then his eyes harden again, and he turns away like he can't stand seeing what he became in front of everyone. The crowd roars with whispers. Ben's stronger. Thomas backed down. Thomas is dangerous. Did you see the blood? It's a mess of narratives being born in real time. I shift back too, breath shaking, skin too tight around my heart. Dad is immediately at my side, hand gripping my arm like he's afraid I'll disappear. Mom looks like she might faint. Thomas wipes blood off his cheek with the back of his hand, expression controlled. A guard steps in with a compact med kit, eyes flicking to the torn shoulder. Thomas shakes his head once, cold, final, and the guard pulls back, logging the refusal like it's another statement. Ben glares at him. You did that on purpose. Thomas's eyes are ice. You did it to yourself. Ben steps forward again, and security blocks him. Back, a guard orders. Ben's chest rises, eyes flashing. He wants to fight the guard too. Then he jerks his head away, swallowing rage like poison. I step toward Thomas before I can stop myself. Why did you push him? Thomas's gaze lands on me. I didn't. Yes, you did, I snap, voice shaking. You baited him. Thomas's jaw tightens. He was going to snap anyway. That's not an excuse, I hiss. Thomas looks at me like he's trying to tell me something without words. Then Ben's voice cuts in from behind security, bitter. He loves being the hero. Thomas doesn't even look at him. And you love being the victim. Ben snarls, and the guard pushes him back. My chest tightens, torn in two directions. Before Thomas can answer my glare, a wolf security runner shouts from the corridor. They found something. A hush ripples through the hall. Human officers stiffen. Wolf forensic staff move fast, faces tight. John's head snaps toward the corridor. My heart drops. This is it. This is the moment the house turns the fight into proof. We're pulled, guided, herded toward the corridor outside the interview rooms. Security funnels people back, but wolves lean in anyway, hungry for the next episode. Detective Harlow appears, folder in hand, expression sharp. Analyst Reyes is beside him, eyes colder than yesterday. They don't look at the fight like it's their business. They look at it like it's useful. John steps forward. What do you have? Harlow's jaw tightens. A preliminary fingerprint match. My stomach drops. Reyes adds, voice clipped. Partial but strong. My throat goes dry. Match to who? John's gaze flicks to me. Warning, control, containment. Harlow's eyes land on Thomas. Reyes' mouth tightens. And the corridor feels like it tilts. Thomas, Harlow says. The crowd makes a sound, half gasp, half satisfaction. Ben's head jerks up, eyes flashing. My chest goes hollow. No, I whisper, but no one hears me. Harlow's tone stays procedural. We're detaining you for questioning. Reyes cuts in. Pack security will hold him here. This is pack jurisdiction. Harlow's eyes narrow. A death occurred. Human law applies too. Reyes steps closer. Wolves live under human law. but pack law governs pack leadership. You're not dragging him out like a trophy. The rivalry sparks right there, sharp as teeth. John's voice is low, dangerous, not in front of the crowd. Harlow's jaw tightens, then clear it. Ray's gaze flicks to security. Move them back. Guards shove the crowd farther away, but whispers still leak through like smoke. Thomas stands still, blood drying on his shoulder, face unreadable. Ben looks ready to explode. I feel like I'm standing between two cliffs, and the ground is cracking under my feet. I step forward before Dad can stop me. Dad's hand catches my wrist. Kiera. Please, I whisper, and he lets go like it hurts him too. I move toward Thomas, heart pounding so hard it feels like it's choking me. The guards hesitate. John's voice cuts through sharp. Let her speak now. They ease back half a step. I stop in front of Thomas. Up close, I see the exhaustion in his eyes, the tightness in his jaw, the blood on his skin that shouldn't be there. My voice comes out small. Thomas. His gaze holds mine steady. Don't. The word hits my chest like a shove. Don't what? I whisper. Don't look like that, he says quietly. It gives them a reason. My throat burns. This doesn't mean you killed him, I say, because I need to say it out loud. His eyes flick over my face like he's memorizing me. Then he says, low, certain, like a vow he's willing to bleed for. I didn't do this. My breath catches. Behind me, Ben snaps, this is garbage. A guard blocks him. Ben's eyes flash, wolf heat rising again. A partial match, that's your whole case. Harlow's tone stays flat. It's probable cause for questioning. Ray's eyes stay cold, and your outburst is being recorded. Ben laughs once, sharp and ugly. Record it, I don't care. I care. Because every second of this is becoming a story the house will repeat until it sounds like truth. Harlow nods at the guards. Move him. Ray steps in immediately. He stays on estate grounds. Harlow's jaw tightens. Fine, interview room, now. Thomas doesn't resist, doesn't argue, doesn't plead. He turns slightly, letting the guards guide him like he already expected this. But before he disappears, his gaze finds mine one last time. And I hate how calm he looks, like he's already decided he'll take the hit if it keeps something else safe. Then he's gone behind the doorway. The air rushes back into the corridor like everyone forgot to breathe. Ben strains against the guard's arm. You don't have enough to take him. Ray's gaze slices to him. You just attacked him in public. If you want to help, shut up. Ben freezes for half a second, insulted. Then he swallows it like poison and looks at me. His eyes soften in a way that makes my chest tighten. I didn't mean to, he says, voice low, rough. I didn't mean to lose it. I stare at him, shaking. Then why did you? Ben's jaw tightens. Because he stops. His gaze flicks toward the door Thomas disappeared into. Because he knows where to cut. John steps between us, voice tight. Kiera, back. I don't move. My mind is racing. Note, mat, towel, maid, tradition whispers. The way Thomas baited Ben like he wanted the room watching. And the way Maleness smiled like she already saw this scene coming. I glance down the corridor. Torres stands at the far end, pretending she's concerned, eyes bright like she's watching the board shift in her favor. Maleness' circle huddles close, whispering already. This house is chewing the story into something it can swallow. Dad grips my shoulder, anchoring me. Mom is behind him, breathing too fast, eyes wet. John leans in close to me, voice low enough only I can hear. You do not run after him. My throat tightens. Why not? Because they want you to, John says, eyes hard. They want you attached to him in public. They want you to look compromised. My chest burns. I glance at the door again, heart twisting. He said, I didn't do this. And I believe him. Which scares me, because belief is leverage in this house. John steers us back, toward the quiet wing, before the crowd can swallow us. As we walk, the whispers follow like shadows. Did you see the fight? Ben's stronger. Thomas is trouble. Now the prince. Poor girl. I want to scream. Instead, I swallow it, because screaming would be another reason. Back in my room later, the guard is still outside my door like a warning sign. Dad checks the lock twice before he leaves me alone. Mom hovers, eyes watery. Kiera, please, don't get pulled into this. My throat tightens. I didn't ask for this. Mom nods shakily. I know. When they leave, the room feels too quiet. I sit on the edge of the bed, staring at the empty spot where the note was last night. My phone buzzes. A message from Ben. Ben, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I stare at it, then look away. Because my heart keeps doing the thing I hate. It keeps flicking toward Thomas, toward that calm voice saying he didn't do it. My phone buzzes again, John this time. John, stay in your room. Do not open the door. I'll send word. I swallow hard and set the phone down. The house outside feels like it's shifting, recalculating. Like the board just changed. And the worst part. That note wasn't wrong about one thing. Somebody is trying to force my choice. Only now, it's not just romance. It's survival. I lie back on the bed, eyes open, heart pounding, listening to footsteps in the hallway and realizing a new kind of truth. This place doesn't need claws to hurt you. It just needs a story. And right now, they're writing Thomas as the villain. Which means whoever really touched Darren is still out there, smiling in the crowd, watching me like I'm next. Chapter 9, Statements. I wake up like I've been running. Not the good kind. Not the wolf kind where your lungs burn and your blood feels clean. The trapped kind. My eyes snap open, and for half a second I forget where I am. Then the weight of the estate drops back onto my chest like a slab of marble. There's no music today, no wedding buzz. Just that thick, watchful silence that comes after a mess, when everyone is pretending they're not staring, but they are. I sit up and immediately clock the guard outside my door through the thin gap under it. I can't see his shoes, but I can feel him there the same way I can feel a storm building. My phone is on the nightstand. 2 messages from Ben. 1 from Ola. 1 from Tyler. And my thumb hovers over all of them like any reply will set something off. I don't open them yet. I swing my legs out of bed, pull my hoodie on, and step toward the door anyway, because if I stay in here too long, I'm going to start chewing the inside of my own head. I open it. The guard doesn't move, doesn't smile, doesn't pretend we're not doing this. Morning, I say, because apparently I'm still trying to be polite inside a cage. Morning, ma'am, he replies flat. Ma'am. I'm 24, I feel 80. Dad appears down the hall, eyes tired, hair messy like he ran his hands through it 100 times. He looks relieved the second he sees me upright. Kiera, he says softly, you okay? Define okay is becoming my whole personality. I'm awake, I say. Dad's mouth tightens like he wants to argue with the word awake, because awake is not the same as okay. John steps out from the side corridor behind him like he's been waiting for the moment I appear. He's holding a folder, always a folder, like paperwork is the only thing keeping him from snapping. Good, John says. Then, like he catches himself using that word again, he adds, you're up. I fold my arms. Am I allowed to walk to the bathroom without asking permission? John's eyes flick to the guard, then back to me. Yes. Wow, I mutter. Generous. Dad shoots me a look, gentle warning. John doesn't react. Did you touch anything else in your room last night, besides that note? The question makes my stomach twist. No, I say immediately. I didn't. Dad handed it to you. John nods once. Good, it's logged, photos, sleeve, seal, you did fine. I hate how much I want him to say I did fine. I hate how much it feels like I'm being graded. What now? I ask. John's jaw shifts. Human police want your statement, today. My chest tightens. About Thomas. About everything, John says. The note, the fight, your contact with him, your contact with Ben, where you were last night, who you spoke to. My skin prickles. Dad's voice goes low. She didn't do anything. John's gaze stays steady. That has never stopped people from asking. I swallow hard. Why me? John's expression hardens. Because you're a clean narrative, small-town girl, new face, publicly seen with both men, and you stepped into the fight. My throat tightens, so I'm a storyline. John looks at me like he won't sugarcoat it. Yes. Dad's shoulders tense. John. John doesn't back down. I'm not being cruel, I'm being accurate. They're trying to make her emotive. That sentence lands like a punch. I press my tongue to the roof of my mouth and force my breathing steady. Okay, fine. Where do I go? John nods once, approval flickering. Breakfast first, then interview room. I'm still irritated, but I follow because Dad's eyes are begging me not to make this harder. We walk to the dining nook, and Mom is already there. Lena, sitting too straight, wearing a nicer blouse than necessary, like she's trying to prove she still belongs in a room full of rich people, even when the room is full of grief. She looks up and forces a smile. Good morning, baby. I slide into the chair beside Dad. Morning. Mom's eyes flick to John's folder. Is that updates? John doesn't sit. Yes. Mom leans in, hungry and anxious at the same time. I heard something. The ladies were talking. Dad's jaw tightens instantly. Lena. Mom waves him off like he's being dramatic. What? People talk. I just listened. I can already feel my nerves getting tired. Mom lowers her voice anyway, like whispering makes gossip classy. They're saying the handsome one, Thomas, he was arrested. My stomach clenches. John's gaze sharpens. Detained, not arrested. Mom blinks like the distinction is annoying. Okay, detained, same thing. It's not, John says flatly. Mom's cheeks flush. Well, everyone saying it's him. They're saying it makes sense. He's cold, he's... Stop, I say, sharper than I mean to. Mom freezes, eyes widening slightly. I swallow hard, trying to control my tone. Stop repeating what people say like it's truth. Mom's mouth opens, then closes. I'm just telling you what I heard. Dad's voice goes firm. Lena, not now. Mom huffs and looks away like we're being unfair, like she's the victim for being told to shut up. John speaks without looking at her. This is exactly why I told you to keep her clean. Mom's head snaps back. Excuse me. John finally looks at her. Your words become fuel. Don't hand fuel to a fire you can't control. Mom stares at him, insulted, but Dad puts his hand over hers in a quiet, grounding move. I don't eat much. My stomach is a knot. My phone buzzes again. Ola, girl, are you alive? Tyler, if you don't reply, I'm driving up there and dragging you home by your hoodie. I almost laugh. It comes out as a weak exhale. Small-town girls don't belong in murder-adjacent palaces. My friends are proof of that. They sound like real life. Ben's messages still sit there unopened, glowing like they're heavier than they should be. John nods toward the hall. Let's go. The interview room is on estate grounds, but it looks like any police setup I've ever seen on TV. Plain table, plain chairs, plain lighting meant to make you feel exposed. Detective Harlow is already inside, sitting with a notebook, and that look men get when they think calm means control. An officer I don't recognize sits slightly behind him, ready to write. John stands behind me, near the door like a shadow with a folder. Harlow gestures to the chair. Kiera Voss. I sit spine stiff. Detective Harlow, he says, like I don't already know. I'm going to ask you a series of questions, just answer truthfully. If you don't know, say you don't know. My mouth feels dry. Okay. He starts simple. Name, age, where I live, why I'm here. Then he slides smoothly into the part that makes my skin crawl. How well do you know Thomas? My chest tightens, I keep my face neutral. Not well. He lifts a brow. You were seen with him multiple times. I was seen in the same building as him, I say carefully. It was a wedding. People are everywhere. Harlow's pen taps once. Did you exchange numbers? My throat tightens. John doesn't move, but I can feel him watching me like he's weighing every word. Yes, I say. We exchanged numbers. Harlow's eyes sharpen. Who initiated? I did, I admit, because lying would be stupid. I asked him a question. He offered. I took it. What kind of question? I blink. About the layout. Where something was, it doesn't matter. Harlow's gaze doesn't soften. It matters if you're building a relationship. My face warms. It wasn't a relationship. He writes something anyway. Any romantic contact? He asks. My stomach flips. No, I say quickly. No kissing, no nothing like that. Harlow watches me. Any physical contact? I think of the way Thomas moved through crowds, the way he stood too close when people were insulting my mom, the way his gaze cut. We danced, I say, briefly in a group setting. Harlow nods like he already knew. And Ben? My jaw tightens. What about him? How well do you know Ben? Not well, I repeat, but it lands differently in my mouth because Ben is easier, warmer, more present. Harlow taps his pen. Did you exchange numbers with Ben? Yes. Who initiated? He did, I say. He introduced himself. Harlow leans back slightly. So you have two young male relatives of the alpha, both under 30, both present, both now under scrutiny, and you're in the middle. My stomach twists. I didn't put myself in the middle. I showed up to a wedding. Harlow's mouth twitches like he thinks my indignation is cute. John's voice cuts in, calm and sharp. Detective, keep it factual. Harlow glances at John, then back at me. We are. He flips a page. Tell me about the note. I explain it. Found on my bed. Door locked. Felt violated. Dad called John. John bagged it. Harlow asks, did you recognize the handwriting? No, I say, because I don't. It was blocky and sharp on purpose. Did you show anyone besides your father? No. He nods slowly, writing. Then he slides to the fight. Walk me through what happened, he says. I do. Thomas baited Ben. Ben shoved. Ben shifted. Thomas shifted. I shifted to stop it. Security intervened. Harlow's eyes stay on me. Why did you shift? Because I didn't want Thomas to get ripped apart on marble. Because I didn't want Ben to ruin himself. Because my wolf doesn't do hesitation when blood is on the floor. I wanted it to stop, I say simply. Harlow nods once. Were you afraid of Thomas? My throat tightens. No. Were you afraid of Ben? I swallow. In that moment, yes, because he was out of control. Harlow's pen scratches. Did Thomas seem afraid? The question makes my chest hurt. No, I say quietly. He seemed calm. Harlow's gaze sharpens. Calm people are often guilty. My head snaps up. Or calm people are controlled. John's voice cuts in again, colder. Detective. Harlow raises a hand. Noted. Then he drops the line that makes my stomach flip. Any reason Ben would hate Thomas? I stare at him. No. Harlow holds my gaze. None. I've heard people praise Thomas, I admit carefully. Ben jokes about being ignored, but that doesn't mean hate. Harlow watches me like he's weighing how useful my words are. Then he closes his notebook. That's all for now. I blink. That's it. For now, he repeats, and something in his tone tells me he plans to call me back whenever he feels like it. John touches my shoulder lightly. We're done here. I stand and walk out with my spine stiff, because if I let myself shake, I'll never stop. Reyes is waiting in the Wolf security office like he owns the air. He doesn't offer me a seat. He doesn't pretend to be gentle. His eyes cut over me like he's scanning for weakness. Kiera, he says, voice clipped, you inserted yourself into a fight. I lift my chin. I stopped it. Reyes' mouth tightens. You made yourself visible. John's voice is low. That was unavoidable. Reyes looks at him. Visibility is always avoidable. People just pick what they can live without. My chest tightens. If I hadn't stepped in, someone would have gotten hurt worse. Reyes' gaze is flat. Someone did get hurt. Blood on the floor, cameras, witnesses, perfect optics. I swallow hard, because I hate that he's right. Reyes flips a page in a file. You asked Catherine about a mat. Yes, I say. She said there's usually one. Reyes' eyes sharpen. And now you want to see the bathroom. It's not a question. Yes, I say anyway. Reyes leans back slightly. No. My jaw tightens. Why? Because people are not respectful around scenes, Reyes says. They touch, they stare, they contaminate. I'm not people, I snap. Reyes' brow lifts. You are exactly people. You are emotional. You are attached. John steps in, controlled. She's also the one who caught the mat detail. Reyes' gaze flicks to John. That doesn't make her qualified. I inhale slowly, forcing myself not to bite. What did you find? I ask instead. Reyes' expression doesn't soften. We found partial prints consistent with Thomas in multiple contact zones. We found additional smudging. We found cleaning residue. My heart stutters. Cleaning residue. Reyes' mouth tightens. The bathroom was cleaned before lockdown. A cold wave moves through my stomach. By who? I ask. Reyes' gaze is sharp. We are determining that. John's jaw tightens. That shouldn't have happened. Reyes doesn't deny it. It did. I swallow hard. So the scene is compromised. Reyes' eyes hold mine, which is why you're not going in. My hands curl into fists. You're telling me it was cleaned, but you won't let me look at what's left. Reyes' gaze flicks to the guard at the door, then back to me. You can look from the corridor. Escorted. No entry. I blink. John's mouth tightens like he didn't expect Reyes to give even that. I'll take it, I say quickly before Reyes changes his mind. Reyes nods once. Good. Control is attractive. Try it sometime. I glare at him. He doesn't care. As we turn to leave, I catch one more thing in his words. Limited sweep, I say, stopping. Reyes pauses. You said earlier, Harlow said earlier, partial prints, high contact zones. My throat tightens. So you didn't fully check everything. Reyes' eyes go colder. We are in the process. In the process, I repeat, and the words taste like a delay tactic. Reyes' voice stays clipped. There are protocols. I nod slowly like I accept that, while my wolf inside me snarls. Protocols are where truth goes to die if the wrong person is rushing the story. The corridor outside Darren's private bathroom feels like a different world. It's quieter, cleaner, too clean. A guard escorts me and John down the hall. We don't go inside. We stop at the threshold where the marble changes color slightly, like someone replaced something and didn't match it perfectly. The air smells like sharp cleaner, chemical bright, almost biting. Not just we cleaned up clean. Over clean. My skin prickles. I stare at the doorway. The bathroom itself is out of view behind a partial wall, but I can see enough. The floor looks dry, too dry. There's a faint shine like someone polished it. And there's no mat. No dark rubber mat, no textured runner. Just bare marble. John's voice is low. What do you see? I swallow. I see someone wanted it to look perfect. The guard shifts, uncomfortable. I look at the baseboard near a service door, and my nose catches something under the chemical bite, damp fabric, like a towel that sat wet too long. My heartbeat spikes. I crouch slightly, careful not to cross the line and look closer. There's a faint darker patch along the edge of the baseboard, like water ran there and got wiped fast. John watches me quiet. I stand back up, jaw tight. This was cleaned, I say again, because saying it makes it real. John's eyes are hard. Yeah. I glance down the corridor. A cluster of women stands far away, pretending they're just existing. Mailna is among them. Even from here, I can see her posture, confident, like she owns the gossip. When my eyes meet hers, she smiles. Not friendly. Satisfied. My stomach twists. And right after she smiles, one of the women beside her, someone I don't recognize, turns and slips away down a side hall like she suddenly remembered something urgent. My wolf notices. My wolf remembers. Did you see that? I whisper to John. John's gaze follows. Yes. Who was she? I ask. John's jaw tightens. We'll find out. We turn back before the guard gets nervous about us lingering. As we walk away, the chemical smell sticks in my nose like a warning. Ben catches me in the courtyard, like he's been waiting for permission to exist near me. He's alone, leaning against a stone railing, staring out at the estate grounds like he's trying to calm his own head. When he sees me, he straightens fast. Kiera, he says. I stop a few steps away, because my instincts don't know what to do with him today. Hey, I say quietly. Ben's face tightens. I'm sorry. I blink. You said that already. I mean it, he says, voice rough. I didn't mean to scare you. I didn't mean to. He shakes his head, frustrated. I lost it. My chest tightens. Yeah, you did. Ben flinches like I slapped him. I don't soften, but I don't walk away either. Ben's eyes search mine. Are you okay? I almost laugh again. It comes out as a breath. No. He nods like he expected that. Fair. Silence stretches. Ben swallows. They question me too. My stomach tightens. About what? About everything, Ben mutters, bitter. Like I'm some random criminal, like I wasn't invited here by blood. I watch his face closely. Were you angry? He laughs once sharp. Yeah, of course I was. Did you tell them the truth? I ask. Ben's gaze snaps to mine. Yes. That answer is too fast. It doesn't mean it's a lie. It just means he's sensitive. Ben exhales hard. I don't want you thinking I'm that. I tilt my head. That. Violent, he says, quieter. Dangerous. My throat tightens. Because the messed up part is, I don't think Ben is dangerous all the time. I think Ben is dangerous when he feels small. And that's a different kind of scary. I don't think you're a monster, I say carefully. I think you're human in the worst way. Ben's mouth twitches like he hates that I'm right. He steps closer, slow, like he's asking without words. I let him. His hands hover, then he stops himself. I'm trying, he says, voice low. I'm trying to be good. That word again. Good. I swallow hard, and something in me softens, not because he earned it, but because I'm tired of being hard. I know, I whisper. Ben's eyes flick over my face. Can I? He doesn't finish. I don't ask him to. Instead, I reach up and press a quick kiss to his cheek. Not lips, not a promise. Just a human moment. Ben freezes like I hit his reset button. Then his eyes close for half a second like relief. Thank you, he whispers. I pull back, heart pounding, because even that small contact feels like it carries weight in this house. And of course, because this house hates peace, someone's heels click on stone nearby. Torres. She steps into view like she just happened to be passing, like she didn't calculate the timing. She's gorgeous in a way that looks expensive, hair perfect, dress fitted, smile bright enough to blind. Ben, she says, voice sweet. There you are, I've been looking for you. Ben's posture stiffens slightly. Yeah. Torres's gaze flicks to me, then back to Ben. Everyone's so stressed. I thought maybe you could use a distraction. Her smile deepens. Ben glances at me, and I see something complicated flash in his eyes. Pleasure at being noticed, maybe, mixed with annoyance at being watched. I'm busy, he says, but his tone isn't sharp enough to cut her off. Torres pouts playfully. Busy with what? Standing around looking tortured. I shift, uncomfortable. Torres finally looks at me fully. Kiera, right? You're the small-town girl everyone's talking about. My jaw tightens. Yeah, that's me. Torres's smile doesn't falter. You're cute, like cute. It sounds like a compliment. It feels like a test. Ben clears his throat. Torres. She touches his arm lightly, casual. Relax, I'm just being nice. My wolf bristles. Not because Torres is touching Ben. Because Torres is doing it like she owns the right. I'm about to step back when John's voice cuts across the courtyard. Kiera. I turn. John stands near the archway, eyes sharp, posture tense. That alone tells me something happened. I glance at Ben, then at Torres. Torres gives Ben one last bright smile like she's leaving him wanting more, then walks away with a sway that feels practiced. Ben watches her go for half a second. Then his gaze snaps back to me like he remembers where he is. What? I ask John, already feeling my stomach drop. John nods toward the corridor. They're moving Thomas. My heart stutters. I follow John without thinking. The corridor outside the holding rooms is controlled. Guards lining the walls. Human officers standing farther back. Everyone pretending they're calm. Thomas comes out escorted. He looks exactly like himself. Calm, controlled. Bleeding shoulder cleaned and covered now, but the damage still sits in his posture like it's under the skin. His gaze lifts. It finds me immediately. And my chest does that stupid, painful thing again, like my body is loyal to him even when my brain is trying to be cautious. John steps slightly in front of me, protective, but not blocking. Thomas's eyes flick to John, then back to me. He doesn't speak at first. Then he says, low enough that only I can hear it as he passes. Stop watching the men. My breath catches. He keeps walking. Then, like a blade sliding in after the warning. He adds without looking back. Watch who benefits from the story. My throat tightens. He disappears into the next room. I stand there for a second like my feet forgot how to move. John's voice is low. Kiera. I blink, forcing myself back. He thinks this is about optics. John's jaw tightens. It is. As we turn to leave, voices drift from a nearby doorway. Wolf forensics staff talking fast, tired, annoyed. Partial match already flagged. But there were other smudges, unidentified. They didn't prioritize those yet. My whole body stills. Other smudges. Unidentified. Not matched. Not prioritized. My heart slams. I step closer before I can stop myself, just enough to catch the next words. Might be nothing. Might be secondary handling. We'll run it when we can. When we can. Like truth is a hobby. I turn back toward John, voice tight. You heard that right. John's eyes sharpen. Yes. They're not done, I whisper. They're not done matching. John's mouth goes thin. No. My throat burns. So how can they act like it's him? John's gaze is hard, because the first match is the loudest. I swallow hard, and something solid forms under my panic. A shape. A decision. If the investigation is incomplete, then the story they're selling is incomplete too. And I'm done letting other people decide what my life looks like from a distance. I look down the corridor where Thomas disappeared, then back toward the hall where Mailna's smile lives, then toward the courtyard where Torres just accidentally found Ben. My wolf is packing again. Not scared this time. Ready. I exhale slowly, jaw tight. If they won't prioritize the rest of the truth, I will. Chapter 10, The Parts They Skipped. I wake up with my jaw locked like I've been chewing glass in my sleep. For a second, I just stare at the ceiling and listen. No music, no laughter, no wedding chaos. Just that estate quiet that isn't peace. It's surveillance disguised as calm. Thomas's voice is still lodged in my head like a dare. Stop watching the men. Watch who benefits from the story. I sit up, rub my face, and grab my phone. Ola and Tyler have been blowing it up since last night. Ben's apology sits there too, glowing like it wants to pull me back into softness. I don't open Ben's message. Not because I don't care. Because caring is exactly how you get played in a place like this. I swing my legs out of bed and head for the door. The guard is still there, same stiff posture, same blank expression like he's been carved into the hallway. "Morning, ma'am," he says. Ma'am, like I'm somebody important. Or somebody dangerous. I walk past him anyway, shoulders squared, because if I start acting like a prisoner, I'll become one. Dad Arthur is already up. He looks like he didn't sleep. His eyes snap to me the second I step into the hall. "You okay?" he asks softly. I almost laugh. Instead, I say the truth. I'm done being quiet. His brow furrows. "Kiera." "I heard them," I cut in. "Wolf forensics. The unidentified smudges, they didn't run yet." Dad's mouth tightens. "John told you not to." "I know what John told me," I say, voice sharp. "And I know what happens if I listen. Thomas stays the villain because it's convenient." Dad's expression shifts, protective, worried, but there's something else too. Pride, maybe. Because he raised me to be stubborn when it mattered. John steps into the hall like he's been waiting for the moment I said Thomas's name. He's got his folder again, because apparently that's his emotional support animal. "Kiera," he says, tone controlled. "No." I meet his eyes. "Yes." John's jaw tightens. "This is not your job." "And yet," I say, forcing my voice calmer, "I'm the one who noticed what they skipped. I'm the one who heard them admit they skipped it." Dad shifts beside me. "John, she." John cuts him off, not rude, just firm. "Arthur, this isn't about being right. It's about survival. They already tried to intimidate her. They will do it again if she starts pushing." My throat tightens at the reminder of the note, the way it sat on my bed like a hand on my throat. I swallow hard, then let them try. I'm done being scared into silence. John stares at me for a long beat. Then his eyes narrow, not with anger, calculation. "What exactly do you want done?" he asks. I exhale, relieved he's asking like this is possible. "I want a targeted recheck," I say, precise. "Not the obvious surfaces, the places you'd touch if you lifted someone. Underarms, inner shirt seams, upper thighs, waistband, places a fast sweep misses." Dad's eyes widen slightly. "Kiera." "It's gross," I admit, "but it's logic." John's mouth goes thin. "If you're wrong, you've made yourself visible for nothing." "If I'm wrong," I say, "then it's nothing. But if I'm right, then we're letting the wrong story win." John holds my gaze. Finally, he nods once. "Get dressed, eat something fast, we do this officially." My heart kicks hard. "Really?" I ask, like I don't trust good news in this house. John's eyes stay hard. "Don't make me regret it." "I won't," I say immediately. Dad lets out a breath like he's been holding it for days. The conference room is cold in that deliberate way rich places love. Like comfort is optional, but power is required. Reyes is already there with 2 Wolf forensics techs. Harlow is there with his human officer and a tablet. The Wolf security captain stands along the wall, arms behind his back, eyes scanning like he's looking for a reason to cuff somebody. A couple of elders sit at the far end, faces unreadable. I can feel the pack watching even in a closed room. Pressure leaks through walls here. Dad sits beside me at the table. John stands behind my chair, one hand on the folder, the other loose like he might need it to pull me back if I leap across the table. Harlow looks at me first. "Kiera." At least he doesn't try my last name again. I lift my chin. "I'm here because your investigation isn't finished." Harlow's pen stills. "We're working." "Not on the parts that matter," I say, and my voice comes out steady enough that even I'm surprised. Reyes' brow lifts slightly. "Explain." I take a breath. "You matched partial prints to Thomas. Fine, but you admitted there were other smudges that weren't run yet." One of the techs shifts uncomfortably. Reyes' gaze cuts to him like a warning, then back to me. "We did admit you overheard." "Same result," I say, and you're prioritizing the loud match over the complete match. Harlow's jaw tightens. Miss Kiera, you don't understand procedure. John's voice cuts in, calm and sharp. She understands motive. Harlow looks irritated. This isn't a courtroom. John doesn't blink. No, it's worse. It's a palace full of wolves with opinions. Dad's hand touches my wrist under the table, steadying. I keep going. If someone moved Darren's body, their prints won't be on a doorknob. They'll be in contact zones, underarms, inner seams, waistband, places you grab if you lifted him. Ray's eyes sharpen. You're suggesting the body was moved. I'm suggesting it's possible, I say, especially since the bathroom was cleaned before lockdown. The room tightens. The wolf security captain's posture shifts, like that detail still makes him furious. Harlow's eyes narrow. We don't know it was cleaned before. Ray's cuts him off. It was. Harlow's mouth tightens. He doesn't like being corrected. John leans forward slightly. So run the targeted recheck. Today, controlled conditions. Ray studies me for a long beat. I hold his gaze. I don't blink first. Finally, he says, clipped. Fine. Targeted recheck. You observe from behind glass. You touch nothing. You speak only when asked. Deal, I say immediately, because I can live with rules if they bring truth. Harlow exhales through his nose. We'll observe too. Ray's eyes cut to him, quietly. Harlow's jaw tightens, but he nods. And just like that, the story cracks open. The evidence room is bright and sterile, like truth needs fluorescent lighting to survive. I stand behind a glass partition with John and Dad. A guard stands near the door like I'm a risk factor, not a witness. On the other side, Ray's techs move around a sealed evidence table. Gloves, swabs, evidence bags, labels, everything precise, everything documented. Harlow stands off to the side with his officer, arms crossed, watching like he's forcing himself to respect pack procedure. Ray's doesn't look at me. He doesn't need to. He knows I'm there because I made myself impossible to ignore. They bring out Darren's clothing evidence, shirt, jacket sealed and logged. Ray's speaks low to his techs. Underarm seams, inner waistband, inner thigh seam, any area consistent with lifting or repositioning. My throat goes dry. This is what I meant. This is the part they skipped. One tech swabs the inside underarm seam first, careful and slow, like they're afraid the truth will smear if they rush. Then the other underarm. Then the waistband. Then the inner thigh seam. My heartbeat gets loud in my ears. The tech pauses. It's a tiny pause, but my wolf notices. Ray's steps closer. What? The tech gestures toward a monitor where a faint print pattern appears. Partial, blurred, but distinct enough to mean something. Ray's head tilts. Harlow shifts, attention sharpening. Ray's says clipped, secondary set. Dad's hand grips my shoulder through my hoodie like he's anchoring me to the floor. John's posture tightens behind me, protective, tense. Ray's doesn't even pretend this is nothing. Run it, he orders. The tech moves fast, scan, compare, cross-check. The room feels like it stops breathing. Then the result hits the screen. Ray's stares at it for one extra beat, like he's confirming he's not hallucinating. Then he says the name like it's a knife. Ben. My vision flickers. My stomach drops so hard it feels like it leaves my body. Dad inhales sharply. Oh my God. John's voice is low beside me. Kiera. I don't answer. I can't. Because all I can see is Ben's face from last night, apologetic, warm, wounded. And now I'm staring at proof that his hands were on Darren in the places that matter. Ray's turns toward the door. Bring him. The corridor outside the interview rooms fills fast, like wolves can smell turning points. Wolf security tightens their line. Human officers shift into place, hands near belts, eyes scanning. Torres appears at the edge of the crowd like she got summoned by drama. Mailna is there too, half smiling like she's watching a show she paid for. Ben is escorted down the corridor by guards. He tries to look casual. He fails. His gaze flicks over the crowd, searching, like he's looking for someone to save him. It lands on me. For half a second, his face softens, like he expects sympathy. My chest tightens. I feel guilt flare, stupid guilt, because I kissed his cheek yesterday like I was handing him comfort. Now I'm watching him walk into consequence. Ray's steps forward. Ben, additional contact zone prints were run. Ben's mouth twitches. Okay. Ray's doesn't blink. Secondary set matches you. A ripple runs through the crowd. Someone whispers, so both of them. Someone whispers, they planned it together. My skin prickles. Ben's head snaps. No. Harlow's voice cuts in, cold. Then explain why your prints are where a carrier's prints go. Ben's jaw tightens. He glances at me again, sharper, almost begging. I don't move. Ray's voice is merciless. Explain. Ben exhales hard. His face flickers panic, anger, calculation. Then he says it, rough and fast, like he's throwing a grenade to change the conversation. It was an accident. The corridor freezes. Harlow's eyes narrow. An accident. Ben nods quickly. Yes, it wasn't murder. Ray's mouth tightens. Then why stage the scene? Ben flinches. That's the tell, that tiny flinch that admits more than words. John's voice is low near my ear. He's cracked. Ben's voice rushes. I didn't kill him. Harlow's gaze stays hard. Then tell us what happened. Ben's eyes dart. Not out here. Ray's gestures. Interview room. The door opens. Ben is guided inside. John's hand catches my shoulder. You stay out here. I need to hear, I whisper. John's jaw tightens. You can hear from the corridor. Door stays cracked. You do not enter. I nod, throat tight. The door stays cracked. Ben sits. Ray stands. Harlow sits across, tablet ready. Ben's hands shake when he tries to clasp them. Harlow's voice carries. Start from the last time you saw Darren alive. Ben swallows. After the reception, after the crowd thinned, I was still up. Ray's cuts in. Why were you in his wing? Ben's laugh is strained. Because it's my family too. Harlow's tone turns sharp. That's not an answer. Ben's eyes flash. I wanted to talk to him. About what? Ray's presses. Ben's jaw tightens. About the pack. I feel it. The inheritance word sitting in his throat like a swallowed coin. Ben continues, voice rougher. I heard a sound, a thud, I thought. He swallows hard. I thought something was wrong. Ray's voice is flat. So you entered. Ben nods. I found him in the bathroom. My stomach flips. In the shower, Harlow asks. Ben shakes his head fast. No, on the floor near the sink, his head. He stops, jaw working. He was dead. The word dead hits me like cold water. Harlow's voice stays hard. What did you do? Ben's mouth tightens. Then he says it. I moved him. Harlow's eyes sharpen. You moved the body. Ben nods quickly. Yes. Ray's leans in. Where? Ben swallows. To the hall, where people would find him. My throat burns. Harlow's voice cuts. Why? Ben's face twists. Because if I screamed right then, the estate would lock down. The council would come. Everyone would start asking questions. They did anyway, Ray says. Ben snaps, desperate now. Not like this. Harlow's tone turns colder. Why did you plant Thomas's prints? Ben goes still. Then the confession spills out ugly. Because everyone loves him, Ben says, voice raw. Everyone listens to him. Everyone thinks he's perfect. My chest tightens. Ray's voice is brutal. So you tried to bury him. Ben swallows hard. I tried to remove him. Harlow doesn't blink. How? Ben hesitates, then says, quieter, he touched a glass earlier. I took it. The rim, the wet ring on the table. I used a cloth. His face contorts with humiliation. I pressed it where it would show, and I wiped what I could after. My skin crawls. That's not panic, that's a plan. Ben rushes, trying to salvage himself. I didn't kill him, I swear. I found him like that. Ray's eyes go colder. Then we verify cause of death. Ben's head snaps up. Exactly. Post-mortem, you'll see it wasn't murder. Harlow's jaw tightens. We will expedite a preliminary report. Ben exhales like he thinks that saves him. It doesn't. Because staging, obstruction, and planting evidence are still crimes, even if the death was an accident. And Ben just confessed to all of it. The preliminary medical briefing comes later, and this time it feels more believable, still fast, but not magically instant. Harlow explains it like he's reading from a report that's clearly labeled preliminary in bold. Initial findings support accidental death, he says, voice flat. Slip and fall consistent, impact trauma, acute brain hemorrhage, no defensive wounds, no signs of lethal assault. My breath catches. Accident. Not murder. Relief hits so hard I almost sway. Dad's hand grips mine under the table. Mom, Lena, lets out a shaky sound like she's been holding her breath since we arrived at this estate. Ray's voice is clipped. Accident doesn't erase Ben's staging. Harlow nods. It does, however, clear Thomas of homicide suspicion. John's shoulders drop a fraction, the first time I've seen him look almost relieved. Release him, John says immediately. Ray's nods once. He's released from detention. Harlow adds, full report will follow, but this is enough for now. Enough. Finally. Enough to stop the mob story from pretending Thomas is a murderer. Thomas steps into the main hall like he's walking through a crowd that wants to decide what he is. Wolf security flanks him. Human officers watch, not intervening, just documenting. The bandage on his shoulder is clean. His face is controlled. But his eyes look tired, like he's been holding himself in a cage that wasn't even his. My chest tightens. He lifts his gaze. It finds mine instantly. And for 1 second, everything else blurs pack politics, forensics, rumors, because I feel the weight of him being watched like a weapon. He doesn't smile. He doesn't soften. But his eyes hold mine, like he's making sure I'm still here. Then Ben is dragged in from the opposite corridor, restrained. He sees Thomas free. And something in him snaps like a bone breaking. You don't get to walk out, Ben spits, struggling against guards. Ray barks, Ben. Ben doesn't hear him. His eyes lock onto Thomas like a target. Thomas turns slightly, calm as ever. You confessed. Ben's face twists. I did it for a reason. Thomas's voice stays flat. You did it because you wanted to win. That line is the match. Ben jerks against the guards, and in the chaos of bodies tightening their grip, he shifts mid-grab, muscle surging, restraint slipping for a heartbeat. His wolf explodes into the hall, claws scraping marble, eyes burning. The crowd reacts some step back. Some lean in like they've been starving for violence. Torres freezes at the edge, eyes wide, calculating. Malna's mouth curves like she can't help enjoying the chaos. Thomas shifts too smooth, controlled, his sleek silver-brown wolf landing ready but not wild, not reckless. Ben barrels toward him like a wrecking ball. Thomas pivots, trying to angle away, trying to stop it without turning it into slaughter. Ben doesn't want fair. He wants damage. My wolf surges hot under my skin. Dad's voice snaps, Kiera, no. John's hand catches my arm. Don't. I rip free. I'm not watching him get ripped apart again. I shift. The world sharpens sound, scent, heat, everything crisp and brutal. Ben slams into Thomas. Thomas skids, claws scraping. The bandaged shoulder takes the hit, and the scent of blood flashes bright. My wolf snarls. I hit Ben's side hard enough to break his rhythm. Ben whirls on me, shocked for half a second. Then rage floods him again. He snaps at me real, dangerous. Thomas surges between us immediately, taking the line, pushing Ben back. Protective, controlled, refusing to let Ben make me collateral. Wolf security crashes in. Human officers ready nets and restraints designed for shifted bodies. Ray's shouts, "Down." Ben lunges again. Thomas braces, but I can feel it. Thomas is fighting to stop Ben without becoming the monster the crowd wants him to be. I circle, growling, positioning to block Ben's angle. Ben charges. I slam into him shoulder first, driving him towards security. Thomas snaps at Ben's flank, not tearing, just forcing him off balance. Ben stumbles. The net hits. Restraints clamp. Ben thrashes, snarling, then shifts back, panting hard, hair-wild, face twisted. Ray steps in, eyes cold. Assault again. Ben glares at Thomas like he wants to tear him apart with human hands now. "You think you're better," Ben spits. Thomas shifts back, breath steady, blood on his collar, gaze flat. "I think you're desperate." Ben's laugh is raw. "You don't understand what it's like to be the one nobody picks." And that, right there, that's the crack that lets the real motive show its teeth. Because this was never just about Darren. It was about being chosen. Being seen. Being the one who wins when power shifts. Ben's gaze flicks to Tora's. Tora's takes a tiny step back. Not enough to look guilty, just enough to separate herself from the losing side. But Wolves notice Tiny. Ben sees it too, and humiliation burns across his face. "You," he snarls at her, "you were hovering around me because you thought I'd win." Torres's eyes widen. "Ben, no." Ben laughs ugly. "Stop. You wanted the inheritance story. You wanted the winner." Torres's cheeks go hot. She looks around like she expects someone to save her reputation. No one does. Mailna's smile falters slightly, not because she cares, but because facts are ruining her fun. Security drags Ben away. As he passes me, his eyes lock onto mine one last time, angry, wounded, pleading all at once. "I didn't kill him," he says, like he still wants credit for that. I stare back, throat tight, and answer with the truth he can't stand. "You still used him." Ben's face twists like I slapped him. Then he's gone. The hall doesn't relax after Ben disappears. If anything, it tightens, because now the pack wants the why said out loud, in front of witnesses, like that will close the wound. An elder steps forward, voice heavy. "Thomas, speak." Thomas's jaw tightens. He glances at John, quick, controlled, like he's checking whether saying this will make the estate explode again. John's expression doesn't change. His eyes say finish it. Thomas turns to the crowd. "Darren had no son," he says simply. A ripple of whispers. "Catherine isn't here, kept away, protected, and I'm glad. She shouldn't have to stand in a room where her husband's death becomes a public puzzle." Thomas continues, voice calm. "Pack tradition is clear. If there is no son, property and leadership assets pass to eligible blood under pack law." More whispers. Ray's watches, unreadable. Harlow stands off to the side, looking like he hates pack tradition, but can't deny its motive value. Thomas's gaze stays steady. Ben and I are both Darren's cousin's sons, different cousins, same line. We are the only unmarried male relatives under 30 in the eligible bracket. The room reacts like a lock clicking open. That's the missing piece. Everyone's been chewing around without nomming. Ben wasn't just jealous. He was competing. Thomas doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't need to. He believed removing me would remove competition, Thomas says. So he staged the scene, planted my prints, tried to make the first story the final story. His eyes flick toward me for a heartbeat, not possessive, not dramatic, just acknowledgement. And he tried to use Kiera as leverage, Thomas adds. Voice colder now. Because when a room wants a villain, it will use whatever makes the villain stick. My throat tightens. John steps forward, voice firm. The facts are documented. Ben will answer for staging, obstruction, evidence planting, and assault. Any disputes about inheritance go through council process, not violence. Ray's nods once. Harlow exhales like he finally has something clean to file. The crowd begins to scatter, not satisfied, because gossip never feels full when truth is quiet. Maleness circle whispers anyway. But it doesn't land the same now. Because facts just punch through the silk. I find Thomas near a side corridor, away from the heaviest stairs. He's wiping dried blood from his jawline with a cloth, posture rigid like he's holding himself together by will. John hangs back with Dad, giving me space without leaving me unguarded. Mom stands a few steps behind, eyes wet, face pale, looking like she's finally realizing rich people politics are not cute. I step toward Thomas. He looks up. His gaze lands on me, and for the first time today, something in his eyes shifts, just slightly. Relief. Not soft romance relief. The kind you feel when you realize you're not going to be buried alive by a lie. I stop in front of him. I don't have some perfect speech ready. So I do the only thing that feels real. I wrap my arms around him. Firm, grounding, public. Thomas freezes for half a second like comfort is a language he doesn't speak. Then his arms come up slowly, careful, and his hand settles between my shoulder blades, steady, warm. You shouldn't, he murmurs quietly. I pull back just enough to look at him. Why? Because they'll talk, he says. I let out a tired breath that's half laugh. They were going to talk no matter what I did. His mouth twitches almost a smile. Almost. John clears his throat from a respectful distance. We should leave before the estate invents a sequel. Dad nods. Yeah. Mom steps closer, voice small. Kiera. I look at her. Lena's eyes shine. She looks embarrassed, like she wants to apologize without making it dramatic. I'm sorry, she whispers, for repeating things, for thinking attention mattered more than you. My throat tightens. It's not a perfect apology, but it's real. Okay, I whisper because right now okay is enough. Dad touches my shoulder. We're going home. Home. Small town air, familiar roads, Ola and Tyler's chaos texts, a life that doesn't require guards outside my door. But my gaze stays on Thomas. Thomas looks at me like he knows exactly what I'm weighing, and he doesn't push. He doesn't beg. He doesn't promise. He just says quietly, you forced the truth through. I swallow. I didn't do it alone. His eyes hold mine. You did the part most people won't. John starts guiding my parents toward the exit. I don't move right away. Thomas lowers his voice. If you want distance from this, I'll understand. My chest tightens. I hate how respectful that is. I hate how it makes me want to step closer, not farther. I shake my head. I'm not scared of you. Thomas's gaze flicks over my face like he's memorizing the sentence. I'm scared of what this place does to people, I add softly, and I'm done letting it decide who I am. Silence. Then Thomas nods once. I'll call you. I nod back. I'll answer. And in that moment, simple, quiet, no speeches, I feel the end settle into place. Not a fairy tale. A choice. I step in and hug him again, just for a second, because I want him to feel it, not just hear it. Then I turn and walk with my family toward the exit. As we leave, the estate's air feels lighter, not because it became kind, but because the truth finally has weight here. And I realize something, deep in my bones. They tried to write my story for me. They tried to turn my feelings into evidence and my silence into consent. They tried to hand me a villain so the crowd could go home satisfied. But they failed. Because I learned how to do the one thing this place hates most. I stopped watching the loudest story. And I found the hands that were holding the pen.